The hour of 5:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Rummel.
Present.
Rummel is present. Slack. Slack is present. Tischler. Tischler is present. Verveer.
Here.
Verveer is present. Vitiver.
Here.
Vitiver is present. Wahelia.
Here.
Wahelia is present. Bennett.
Here.
Bennett is present. Conklin.
Present.
Conklin is present. President Curry.
Here.
President Curry is present. Duncan.
Present.
Duncan is present. Evers.
Here.
Evers is present. Field.
Here.
Field is present. Vice President Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Vice President Figueroa Cole is present. Govindarajan.
Govindarajan.
Govindarajan. Nope. And Harrington McKinney. All right. Knox. Knox is present. Latimer Burris.
Here.
Latimer Burris is present. Madison.
Here.
Madison is present. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford is present. And Miadzi.
Present.
Miadzi is present. Govindarajan. Harrington McKinney. We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, as usual, I will remind us that we're here to do the business of the residents of the city of Madison and ask that people do that in a way that is kind to each other and refrain from using any words that are not acceptable in polite company. And that goes for staff, for alders, and certainly for the public as well. We will open with public comment before we move on to consideration of the budget. And on the capital budget, we have a number of folks here wishing to speak. We will start with Kurt Welke of District 18, to be followed by James Edward Kraus, to be followed by Philip James. And folks that are here in person can come to either side of the dais and speak to the microphones.
Good evening, council members. Oh, pizza looks good. I'm sorry, I kind of missed it. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in public tonight, and I also want to thank Alders Latimer Burris and Miadzi for bringing this amendment to your attention. This amendment being the Warner Lagoon dredging project that is on your capital budget as amendment number 10. My name is Kurt Welke. I'm a Madison native, grew up on the west side, and after 12 years in Prairie du Chien, I returned to Madison in 2000 to take a job as the Department of Natural Resources Fisheries Manager for Dane County, including the waters of the Lake Mendota watershed, which also includes the Warner Lagoon. That was my privilege to come full circle back to where I grew up. As a student in Madison, I went to Memorial, and in 11th grade, I had a speech teacher, Sherry Paris, who tasked us with giving a persuasive speech. And she gave one piece of guidance. She said, appeal to what people have in common and what they can feel good about. Fast forward several years, and I had the privilege of having Kathleen Falk on a ride-along one night on Lake Monona in October. And as we chatted, Kathleen said, you know, Kurt, we spend too much time talking about the negative and not focusing on the positive. We should celebrate the things that we do well together. To which I haven't forgotten. That was a very powerful message. So I come before you in order to tell you that this project, we have much in common, and we have much in terms of accomplishments, positives to celebrate in our successes on the Warner Lagoon project thus far. To wit, these commonalities that I would like to share with you are, we have a completed, timely and solid, comprehensive plan, which gives us a clear path forward. It tells us what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and where to do it. Number two, we have a great partnership, which is truly a citizens-based cooperative effort between multiple partners and city engineering. Many of these folks are here tonight. They voted with their feet. They came because they care. Many of us have a long-term personal and professional investment in a healthy lagoon and what we consider to be an incredibly valuable community asset. Third, we have a track record in common of two great examples of successes in common, two great examples of which are the Yahara Fishing Club's partnership with the City of Madison Parks Department in sponsoring the Kids Fishing Day at Warner Park Lagoon, as they have for multiple years. And then recently, go see for yourself on Woodward Drive, the Carp Gate, which the Fishing Club and City Engineering put together to keep carp from continuing to be a persistent perturbation to the lagoon. Last, we hold in common and celebrate a quality of life that a place like a healthy and prosperous Warner Lagoon provides. Jack Hurst, who's sitting here, here's where I get emotional. He knows this. Jack's known it and has lived it and he's advocated it for 7 decades. Jack's picture is
If
on a
you
plaque.
could wrap up, please, that's your
Thank you,
time.
dear. Yes, ma'am. Anyways, I appreciate your support for this project, and I would urge you to vote yes on Amendment 10 to the capital budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Edward Kraus of District 18, to be followed by Philip James, to be followed by Tim Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honor us. My name's Jim Krause. I'm a member of the North Side community. Charles Miazzi's my mayor and a personal friend of mine. I've been involved in conservation projects since my early high school days. I'm now a retired scientist who has been a medical school professor. I have background and training in biochemistry, and my research career was 100% mental health disorders related to humans at WashU Med School and a variety of other prestigious medical schools. I've paid very close attention over my entire high school and beyond related to conservation projects. I've been involved in habitat rehabilitation, and I moved back to Madison 10 years ago from the East Coast, mostly because I am an extreme fan of the beautiful natural resources in the state of Wisconsin. We are blessed in Wisconsin with unbelievable natural resources. I was dismayed, though I have to point out, 10 years ago when I came to Madison, I witnessed, living on the north side of Madison, I witnessed in the Warner Park Lagoon fish kills due to oxygen deprivation and the shallowness of the watershed within the lagoon due to silting runoff from water drain, the sewer systems, not the sewer systems, pardon me, but from runoff from rain in the area, washing more and more sediment into this area. These fish kills, 8 out of the 10 past years, there's been fish kills due to this sort of problem. We've already started, me and several colleagues here, to improve the Warner Park Lagoon. Kurt mentioned the Carpgate project. We collaborated with city engineering and city parks, particularly Greg Fries in this regard. And we had Kurt really led the bandwagon on this with regard to designing and implementing a Carpgate that prevents invasive species of carp from mucking up the water in the lagoon. And this past year has really helped. We noticed we just put this in a year or thereabouts ago. This past year, I did not see much of a fish kill there, but there still was a fish kill. That Carpgate prevented the carp from getting in, and that was a highly successful project. My belief is that the Warner Park Lagoon and the entire Warner Park area
You have about
is really
20 seconds.
a beautiful resource. And I urge you to support this dredging project, Amendment 10 to the capital budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Philip James of District 13, to be followed by Tim Nelson, to be followed by Jack Hurst.
Thank you. My name is Philip James. I'm the president of the Yahara Fishing Club, and I'm here to speak in support of the amendment to move funding forward for the Warner Park Lagoon dredging. Our club has over 150 members, and we've been actively supporting conservation, water quality, and public lake access in the Madison community since 1945. Our members have been working for approximately 20 years towards the rehabilitation of Warner Park Lagoon. And through advocacy and direct involvement, we've already made a number of investments in this process. Over the years, we've been involved in the 2013 cleanup of the waste left behind by Rhythm and Booms, as well as the 2020 placement of a handicap accessible fishing pier in the lagoon. As has been mentioned, we recently worked with city engineering on the Carpgate project. Last year, we designed and funded an accessible dock railing for the boat launch at Warner Park. And for over 30 years, we've hosted an annual Free Kids Fishing Day at the lagoon, where we provide 300 children with free fishing gear, bait, lunch, and instruction on how to fish. We're very happy that the city has approved a plan to improve the water quality of the lagoon and that funding has been placed in the budget. However, that project has now been postponed multiple times to its current placement in 2029. Without addressing the biggest issue, the dredging of the lagoon, these other measures can never have their full effect, and the deterioration of the lagoon will continue. Dredging the lagoon will not only improve its own ecology and water quality and enhance the local community, it will also have add-on effects on the quality of Lake Mendota, which it drains into. I strongly encourage you to support the amendment to advance funding for the Warner Lagoon dredging so this important project can get underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tim Nelson, to be followed by Jack Hurst, to be followed by Kathleen Wolf.
Tim isn't here. I'm here in his place. I'm Kathleen Wolf, so I'll speak after
Oh,
Jack.
okay, thank you. Jack Hurst, then, of District 18, to be followed by Kathleen Wolf, to be followed by Justin Markowski. Good to see you, Jack.
Good to see you all here. And it's my privilege to be here and talk to all you people about something that's been going on for 20 years. And the important part of this whole thing is the environment. I've been a member of all these associations, Dane County Conservation League for 70 years, Yahara Fishing Club for 70 years, who have done everything. The fishing club was formed for the protection and the privilege of the Yahara River watershed. And that's what's been going on since 1945 with the Yahara Fishing Club. Dane County Conservation League since 1933. So there's been a lot of hours involved in taking care of the Madison Lakes. And Warner Park is part of the Madison Lakes, and it's a top priority for spawning fish for the Madison Lakes. The things that we've done over the past is, to start, was not easy. We had to get rid of rhythm and booms who were polluting the water. They illegally filled a wetland for 20 years. And that was a hard project to get done. We had to get the Corps of Engineers in, and they said they illegally filled the wetland for 21 years. So they made them take out over 200 truckloads of illegal fill out of that wetland. That's part of the reasons why the lake, or the wetlands and the lagoon are shallow now. And we need depth out there for the survival of the fish. We helped get rid of, well, we first started the thing and talked to the city, and they put catch basins in at Forster Drive. In the first year that they cleaned that catch basin out, they took over 60,000 pounds of street runoff and everything. That's part of the project that we first started when they first got going on this. But I urge you now, like we've had fish kills in the late 80s, you know, that's when they kind of started. And they've been going on now, depending on the weather, a lot, but about every 3 years. And it takes 3-4 years to put these back in place again. Once the fish die off and the turtles and everything that are in there die off, it takes 3 years at least for those fish. But they're coming in from Lake Mendota.
You have
and
about
there's-
20 seconds left.
How much?
If you could wrap up, please.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I encourage you to vote for this project and move it ahead as fast as you can. It's urgent.
Thank you, Jack. Our next registrant is Kathleen Wolf of District 12, representing Wild Warner, to be followed by Justin Markowski, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins.
Hello. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm speaking, Kathleen Wolf, speaking on behalf of Wild Warner. We've been advocating for wildlife in Warner Park ever since 2010. And I just wanted to bring an example of one of the things that has happened because of the lack of the dredging project going forward. This is a turtle that I found in 2021 after that fish kill. And this was at least 50 years old, probably older, could be as much as 100 years old. So when they say there's real hard consequences and that it takes 3 years to replace the fish, it takes a lot longer to replace some of our other amazing assets in the pond. I live in the Brentwood neighborhood. I'm disabled, I'm poor. I get to enjoy the most beautiful park in the city system. If you haven't been there since Rhythm and Booms, please go back and you will see that Fireworks Island has been replaced with Firebird Island, risen from the ashes with beautiful prairie flowers, all kinds of things. We have had beaver come and live successfully and cohabitate with humans. We love the beaver. We have river otters. We have an eagle now. We have so many wild animals that depend on the pond. And the lagoon area, the areas that were dredged out to make that pond and lagoon as deep as it was to become the ecosystem it is now, we need to get that original depth back, because that is what provides animals like this turtle with the refuge during the winter months. This poor guy basically died because there was not enough depth for him to get the kind of protection in the water that he needed to make it through the winter. So I'd appreciate it if you would vote to put through this funding on the amendment number 10. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Justin Markowski of District 12, representing the Northside Planning Council, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins, to be followed by Patrick Hasber.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Alders, for your time. We're not trying to make your night even longer, but we do, have a coalition that's just representative of how many people are invested in this Warner Lagoon, its water quality and health as an ecosystem and an asset, to the north side and to the city of Madison. And so hopefully it's just a loud and clear, message that you're hearing that this matters. And you guys have in front of you in all your paperwork for tonight, it is Amendment 10, Budget Amendment 10, that would advance forward this implementation of the water quality plan, 184-page document that was finished in 2021, many years of work, so many different partners in the community, city departments that created the plan. They've got such just clear, it's the intent of this document to provide an overview of the planning process and define a plan for implementing improvements. So the plan is there, budgets are there in what it would take to do it. Thank you to the alders on the north side, Alder Amani and Alder Charles, for your work to, like me, this issue was brought in my role as Executive Director of Northside Planning Council to my attention by residents. I wasn't aware of the plan, honestly, even though I'm a Northside resident of 20 years living on Troy Drive. But Jack came into my office, told me about a few north side things, including this plan, and it really captured my attention, because it's this feels like a win-win-win in terms of the outcomes and benefits that will be created to do this restoration work. And so, what you guys could vote on is to advance the intention to fund the project by 2 years with full dredging. And I know that there's a lot of partnership available even in the room to work with the city to try to help the finances, sort of be in place beyond what the city will bring to the table. As the amendment shows, there's a request for other funding up to $1 million, and that feels like that will be there if the city makes the investment into this. I talked with someone on the phone today, Northside resident, who grew up on Porter Avenue, another Northside location near Warner Lagoon. His experience, he's probably in his 40s now. He remembers being a kid, going to the lagoon, spending his days there, spring, summer, fall, fishing, getting walleye and northern pike, and now he takes, thank you. He takes kids there, but it just is not the same experience at all. Second item that I'll just briefly speak to is the Warner Park Community Rec Center. I know you guys need to restore some gap funding because the delay in that expansion taking place. That also is extremely vital for especially the young people of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next registrant is Jamie Hawkins of District 12, to be followed by Patrick Hasbro, to be followed by Stephen Hurst. Jamie? I don't see Jamie online, so then Pat from District 12, to be followed by Stephen Hurst.
Thanks. Good evening, alders and city officials. Thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of Budget Amendment 10, offered by Alders Miadzi and Latimer Burris on behalf of their constituents. My name is Pat Hasberg. I'm a Northside resident of 17 years. About 10 years ago, I joined Jack Hurst and others in advocating for the renovation of the Warner Park Lagoon. Although it is Madison's largest city park, Warner Park remains somewhat of a hidden gem within the Madison Park system. Several economically challenged neighborhoods adjacent to Warner Park enjoy the amenities you would find in most city parks, but what really makes Warner Park stand out are the many acres of natural prairie, hardwoods, and of course the Warner Lagoon that are rarely found in urban centers. It really is a special place. The Warner Lagoon has sat essentially untouched since it was first developed in the 1960s. What was then home to a thriving fish population and important fish spawning habitat is today a shallow, silted-in mud hole suitable for carp and blue-green algae blooms. With COVID, rising inflation, and the challenges of urban life, citizens need high-quality open spaces more than ever. Improving the lagoon meets larger water quality, social equity, access, and educational goals consistent with what makes Madison such a great place to live. Additionally, the Warner Park Lagoon is poised to offer excellent recreational opportunities in the form of accessible food, fish, if desired, to folks in the Warner Park neighborhood and beyond. Much like community gardens, our city can offer alternatives for those who choose to harvest their own food by providing a high-quality resource right in the backyards of folks in a part of town that needs it most. Not to mention improving the chance for young people to get out closer to nature has no downsides. We're pleased that the City of Madison has taken steps to improve this long-neglected gem in the Madison Park system. Since 2016, myself and many other stakeholders have been honored to work with city engineering to develop the Warner Lagoon Restoration Plan. The plan provides an excellent path towards the future of the lagoon. However, constantly pushing back timelines and funding levels seems to disregard all the hard work, the volunteers, and city resources that have been invested to move this project forward. An investment has been made, a plan has been completed, vetted, and approved. Now is the time to commit to the spirit, intent, and actions called out in the plan. What we need is a timely budgetary commitment from the City of Madison to move the Warner Park Lagoon rehabilitation plan forward, sooner rather than later. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to the residents of Madison.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak on this item is Stephen Hurst of District 12.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a retired former art teacher for the City of Madison Public Schools. Aside being Jack Hurst's son, my mother and father instilled in me a reason to appreciate the outdoors from a very young age, and I'm grateful forever for that. And that place in Warner Park is super special to me on a lot of different levels. It was our playground. We literally spent almost all of our time there. I was that guy that was down there swimming, fishing, running through the fields down there, catching insects and other butterflies and things. And I could tell you, mankind's history has not been real great with conservation as far as our legacy of what we leave behind, but we have an opportunity tonight to push this proposal forward, and I urge you to do so. Back in the day when I was down there in the park swimming, the north end of it along the road that's Foster Drive now, there was springs in there. The water was about 12 feet deep. Today, I think you could pretty much walk across that lagoon. It'd be up to about your waist, and most of it's muck. Again, runoff from the cars and the streets and stuff. It's really degraded the place. And it was not uncommon when the limits on fish were 50 per day to go down there and get a pail full of bluegills or crappies. They were abundant. It was not uncommon to see northern pike in a spring spawning that were as long as my arms. I mean, over 40 inches long in there. They're gone. We can have that back. It's just a simple matter of getting the lagoon dredged and getting those fish able to come in there. and cohabitate that lagoon again. In the wintertime, we used to shovel the snow off the lagoon and play hockey down there. Kids today, my angle is for kids and the future of our kids. They need other things to do. I mean, yes, there's basketball courts, there's soccer fields and football stadiums down there and areas to play football and even baseball or softball, but there's other kids that do other things. They fish and they get out and they're botanists and biologists and things like that. They need places for those types of kids too to go and enjoy the outdoors. So I urge you to push this proposal forward as soon as you can and feel good about yourself. Go home tonight and pat yourself in the back for a job well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those are all our registrants wishing to speak on the capital budget. Are there questions for any of the registrants on the capital budget? Seeing none, and we'll go on. We have one registrant on the operating budget, Linda Ketchum of District 14.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I timed that right. I forgot my glasses, so I'm going to be really brief. Thank you, Alder. I just first want to thank you. I know that these meetings are long and arduous and incredibly difficult decisions to make, and so I just want to thank all of you for your service on the council and for your willingness to take these projects and these decisions on. I'm here tonight just to encourage you to support the amendment to add one full-time investigator to the Department of Civil Rights. You know, it was a pleasure to see a lot of you last Saturday as we celebrated 60 years of the Equal Opportunities Commission in the city of Madison, a commitment the city has made to protecting the civil rights of individuals in our community, and adding this position at a time when complaints are up and we have annexed additional townships into the city is the right thing to do. We work daily at Justine with individuals who are struggling, who are being discriminated against in housing, in employment, based on race, ethnicity, conviction history, gender identity. An additional investigator will help ensure that complaints are addressed quickly so that people have trust in the process and believe that the city is indeed taking their well-being and their civil rights seriously. Second, we'd like to also support the amendment to add additional funding in the violence prevention to support the agencies that are already at their own cost providing support in a number of apartment areas, apartment buildings that have been identified as problematic. Those organizations have been willing to take this on, but in fairness, it's a big ask and it's a big lift. And so some additional funding to help them expand their availability on site, the services that they're providing would be immensely helpful in terms of helping stabilize, but also helping to support the residents of the buildings who are struggling as they're dealing with all of the problematic behaviors that are not the norm for the individuals living and families living in the units, but they're struggling. And so increasing funds for those services would definitely go a long way toward helping improve the overall health and well-being of the neighborhood and the residents who are living in those apartment buildings. So that's our ask: a full-time investigator, additional support for agencies that are already in the community doing violence prevention work and have committed themselves to working in Meadowlands, at the Harmony, and other places in our city. So thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Any questions for our registrant on the operating budget? Seeing none, that is public comment for the evening. And so we'll go on to item 1, which is the 2024 executive capital budget. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
A second? Moved and seconded to adopt. So we will work through the amendments on the capital budget one by one. And as we have done in the past, unless there's objection, we'll start with the author of the amendment making the motion, if they wish to speak to it, and then questions for staff, discussion, and a vote. So starting then with capital amendment number 1, which is in the Community Development Division. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to adopt Amendment 1. I think this is fairly self-evident, but are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion on Amendment 1? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 1. Move on to Amendment 2, also in the Community Development Division. President Curry? Is there a second? Moved by President Curry and seconded by Vice President Figueroa Cole to adopt. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 2? Seeing no questions, is there discussion on Amendment 2? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of Capital Amendment 2? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Amendment 3 is in fire. Alder Conklin.
Yes, I would like to move adoption, please.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to adopt item 3. Alder Conklin, do you wish to speak to this amendment?
Sure. Thank you. So what we're trying to do is to get more updated vehicles. The vehicles that they have now are not up to date. They don't have everything that they need. So they are looking to just be able to purchase 3 vehicles at $100,000 apiece to have everything that they need to be able to provide for the patients that they are taking care of.
Thank you, Alder. Questions for staff? Are there any questions for staff on item 3? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Chief Carbon or Assistant Chief Stedman available?
We have Assistant Chief Stedman here. And Chief Carbon as well.
Could you please go over the origin of this request, trace the history of it, and help us understand if this was something that you had put into your either a supplementary request or asked to be included in the executive budget?
I expect that is for Chief Stedman. Yep. Go ahead, Chief.
Hey there, good evening. I just heard the end of that, Mayor. If you could just repeat quick, please.
The Alder just wanted to, if you could speak to the history of the request for the CARES vehicles, if it was included in your initial budget request or supplemental requests, or when it originated.
Yep, so it was just put in as a supplemental request. Our vehicles that we had been using are old staff vehicles, and we're running into quite a few problems with them. And the transit vans that we put in for are being used around the country, and tend to be a lot more useful for doing consultations in the back of the vehicle. But I can't speak specifically to when it was exactly put in.
Anything additional, Alder?
Was this a request that you put in original when you put in your agency request, or is this a more recent request?
This is a more recent request.
And the current vehicles are operative. They're currently working, correct? They're not breaking down. They're just not optimal. Is that a good way?
Yeah, it's not optimal, but actually CARES 2 went into fleet today, and the fleet services team told us that it's not drivable at this point, and they're going to have to order a bunch of parts to keep it going.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for staff on Amendment 3? If not, we'll move to discussion. Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to share also a detail in this request when in discussion with staff. I had asked if there was a way to recoup any value from the existing vehicles to colleagues' concern, I think. And we learned that these are some of the oldest vehicles in the city's fleet. And so while they're likely to be used in reserve in fleet services, there's not much value to them to be recouped here. And so that's another reason we're looking at new vehicles.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other alders wishing to speak? If not, Amendment 3 has been moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record unanimous vote in favor of item 3. Amendment 4 is in library. Alder Madison, a motion, please.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's multiple seconds. Alder Madison, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Sure. This one, too, is pretty straightforward. This is just additional funding required to bring the Ashman location and the Monroe Street Library up to match the same with the key scans. This is really just literally bring those two libraries on board.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 4? Seeing none, is there any discussion on Amendment 4? Seeing no discussion, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 4? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote. Amendment 5 is in the Parks Division. Alder Verveer.
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. This amendment will align sufficient city resources for the future construction of the new John Nolan Drive Causeway and underpass that's planned for the intersection of John Nolan Drive, North Shore Drive, and South Broome Street. Colleagues might recall that a similar amendment was adopted by the City Finance Committee in September relating to the City Engineering Division and their plan costs for both planning, evaluation, and construction in the capital improvement plan. This is now the Parks Division's estimates for their costs with the assistance of our master planning consultant, Sasaki, on the exciting Lake Monona waterfront master plan, which colleagues will see, we hope, in only a couple short months. As a reminder, we are on schedule to have the ad hoc Lake Monona Waterfront Committee share with us their recommendations, their master plan document for formal introduction at, we believe, the first council meeting in January for referral then to various boards, committees, and commissions. I trust that my colleagues will join me in their enthusiasm for seeing the first phase of the implementation of the Lake Monona Waterfront master plan proceed on schedule. As a reminder, it's largely federally funded through significant resources that have been promised from Washington, D.C. with the assistance of you, Mayor, and city staff. We believe that we have the funding. This will allow for all aspects of implementation of the first phase to proceed in terms of the causeway, and again, a much-needed underpass for pedestrians and bicyclists at that extremely challenging intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions for staff on Amendment 5? Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question perhaps for the sponsors or for staff. It seems to me this is about the underpass, which is an engineering project, but it's titled as the Lake Monona Waterfront Improvement, which suggests like the big master plan, idea. And I'm just would like some clarification on the relationship between the underpass, which seems like a good needed improvement that's kind of engineering-ish, and the bigger separate process for the waterfront planning. And I see we have both. Okay, well now we only have Jim. Hi.
City Engineer Wolf?
Hi, Alder Rummel. Thank you very much for that question. So we're working closely with Parks Division and the Warner Park or the Law Park planning process. And part of the tunnel, it kind of extends mostly under John Nolan Drive proper itself. But as they're building out the planning process for this, we're realizing that there's going to be a significant connection into the waterfront coming out of the tunnel as well, especially if we plan to build this out how we envision it with kind of daylighting on either side of the tunnel. So it both involves right-of-way work under John Nolan Drive itself, but would extend out into the waterfront as well. So it's a coordinated effort between both engineering and parks in that regard to kind of bring the entire vision together.
Additional
I
questions?
see Superintendent Knapp sort of there if he had anything to add.
Superintendent Knapp, did you want to add anything?
I actually think Jim covered it just perfectly fine. Sorry.
Okay, it just seems confusing because we haven't improved the master plan. We don't know what it is or what it costs or what the phases are, but this is just the title. To me, is confusing, so I just want to make that clear. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff on Amendment 5? Alder Slack, question?
Yes, could I just have some discussion from staff on how integral is this aspect of the Lake Monona waterfront plan? I keep thinking about this project relative to other needs we have in the city, and I'm not 100% convinced that this is a priority, this particular aspect of the plan. So if with the bike path we already have and the improvements we're making for safety at the intersection there, if anyone would like to speak to that, I'm open to be convinced.
So Alder, let me just try and refine the question a little bit. Your question is how integral is the ped bike underpass to the waterfront design? Yeah. I don't know if Superintendent Knapp wishes to speak to that.
Certainly, and this amendment is targeting and approaching the known plan, the engineering timing of the tunnel. That is certainly a key part of the Lake Monona master plan, Lake Monona waterfront master plan that you all will see, and hopefully committees will review and adopt in the spring. With or without that specific integral part, the causeway improvements tied to the John Nolan construction are also online for that first phase of development, which we think the alignment of resources in this amendment, plus what was already in the budget, plus the part that isn't here yet, unfortunately, because we're just not quite there on the commitment for private dollars, which will be significant towards the project. And hope to be this spring as we're working towards adoption to have a little better number there to put on it. We don't want to misrepresent it. But the tunnel itself is certainly a very important part to connect people safely in our mind. But it's not a requirement to still have a really great waterfront park experience, if that addresses the question. And all of it will be tied in behind the John Nolan Drive project.
With respect to bike safety, given the presence of a bike path already on the lake and improvements to the intersection there, I mean, how necessary is this underpass bike ped path?
I think that Engineer Wolf might be better equipped to answer that one in Director Lynch's absence. Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's been a lot of interest in a tunnel and a grade separated crossing here. Just recently, there was a fatality at the intersection of North Shore and John Nolan Drive. So signals only work as well as people obey them. So with all of the bike movements and pedestrian movements through the intersection, high volumes of traffic, even with a lot of the at-grade safety improvements that we're making, there still is a lot of interest for a grade separated connection here. And we think the tunnel is a better option rather than going over John Nolan Drive. So this would, prevent cars and bicyclists and pedestrians from really having any conflict points if we can create that, which would be a great asset both for the transportation corridor, but as Eric Knapp had mentioned too, potentially for connecting everything to the waterfront and a safe and efficient way.
Thank you. Alder Revere, questions for staff?
I have no questions. I wanted to add a little to the discussion at the appropriate time.
Go ahead, Alder. There's no other.
No one else in the queue. Thank you, Mayor. Given the discussion, and I really appreciate the questions by Alders Rummel and Slack, I did want to make a couple of other quick points given those questions and perhaps concerns. The first is the underpass truly is a result of the public participatory process of the ad hoc Lake Monona Waterfront Planning Committee and their efforts. The underpass was not something that was initially, I think, seriously considered, to be honest with all of you, by our consultant team, by the committee, and it was through significant public suggestion, perhaps I could even say outcry, that intersection needed significant attention. There was an initial concept of an overpass, a bridge, pedestrian bridge connecting the dead end to South Hamilton Street across to Lake Monona and across to Law Park and access then to Lake Monona. And that was really not supported by many in the community for a variety of reasons. So the underpass really rose to the top in terms of public support, and these public meetings were very highly attended, both in person and online. So that's one. I also want to point out that the relevant city committees have discussed this previously and approved the concept enthusiastically. As to the fiscal concern, and I appreciate Alder Slack reached out to me previously with her concerns of the significant price tag of this project, and in particular the underpass, if it is adopted as part of our master plan effort and subsequent votes of this council. But I did want to point out, as I recall discussing with Alder Slack at the time, that I thought was somewhat meaningful in terms of the concern of the city's debt load and so forth, is the fact that to the maximum efforts possible, the costs of this initiative long-term will be borne through non-general fund borrowing that is supported by tax incremental district number 53. So to the best of our ability, through the city staff, as to what we believe TID 53 can support now and into the future, as you see in this amendment before us, the anticipation is that for the construction in the out years of the SIP, that it will largely come from TID 53. So I hope that allays some of the concerns of colleagues in terms of the long-term fiscal impact of this monumental project to improve safety and access to the lakes in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to just speak to the extent to which the community spoke up about this. The organization Madison Bikes did a good job of bringing this to everybody's attention about how necessary this is for this particular intersection that has, as Alder Revere indicated just in the past year and in previous years, have been a place that ranks very high in the injury network that we have in our city. The Transportation Commission, from what I understand, voted unanimously to recommend this, and when it came to finance, we unanimously voted also in favor of allocating the money towards this end. To me, this is a responsible use of our borrowing capacity to address this area that has proven to be very dangerous in the past. And while it's not cheap to do so, it's not inexpensive, it certainly is worthwhile, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in support.
Thank you, Alder. No other Alders in the queue for discussion on Amendment 5. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 5. Take us to Amendment 6, also in Parks. Alder Tischler, a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Tischler, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, this is to add private donations to improve or to actually to construct a water play feature in Rennebaum Park. This will be next to the Jeff Erlanger accessible playground. And it's going to be definitely a nice place to be on a hot day. So,
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 6? Seeing none, is there further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 6? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Take us to Amendment 7, which is also in the Parks Division. Alder Miadze, a motion, please. Alder Miadze?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Alder Miadze, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. The reason why I propose this capital budget amendment at Warner Park to have it expand is because Warner Park has been expanding with their programming so much. It serves about 150 youth. They have programs such as youth leadership and evaluation team, basketball referee apprenticeship program, family fun night. Warner Park also provides a safe, welcoming space for our Madison's youth. They also have programming for all ages in partnership with MSCR, Newbridge, Northeast basketball program, Madison's Starlings volleyball club. And also, too, it has affordable year-round rentable space for all kinds of activities, whether it's weddings, family unions, athletics, and other community events. And it just continues to grow. Just wanted to share for 1 minute. I asked Terrence, who used to be the director over at Warner Park, on why is this place so packed with kids every night? And, he shared a story about back in 2017 when he first started, he saw that a kid was being turned away for not having $1 to play basketball back in 2017. And he found a way to actually get that money that they were looking for. I think it was like $500 a year in order to have kids come in and play basketball for free. Ever since then, every time I go there, my kids went there. That place has been packed. And this has been, the Warner Park expansion has been talked about since 2015. And here, this year, I was supposed to break ground, but due to inflation, due to a lot of other reasons, I haven't. And it's just packed. And we need to have this go forward in order to have more youth programming, because it's only going to get worse where we have kids not having program. Like I said, the NOW program, which is at Warner Park, it stands for Kids Need Opportunity at Warner. And like I said, it serves like 150 youth. So if we ever want to go to a place where it serves our marginalized community, especially a lot of kids, we have 3 elementary schools, 3 middle schools in my district. This is something that is real critical. And it's one of the effective ways and significant impact on our residents in Madison here. So I would love to make sure. That's why I propose this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 7? Alder Evers.
Yeah, this would be for Superintendent Knapp. It says here that the updated cost estimate was not available when the executive budget was published. What indication do we really have that this additional money will be needed? It's already in our capital budget, and we passed one amendment to make allowance for inflation. And given a recent estimate that we'll be discussing with Amendment number 8, evidence that construction budgets that we anticipate to be much higher due to inflation may not in case be that in fact. So can you give us a little bit of a briefing on the basis for your estimate that this $2 million plus are necessary, or if it might be better to wait until those cost estimates actually come in?
Well, that's a really good question, Alder, and we certainly hope to have a lower cost profile on the actual bids. The numbers before you today, the most recent estimates came from our consultant team and our facilities engineering team, also incorporating the geothermal component, which is something that wasn't necessarily always part of the project, but it secures federal funding and tax credits. We certainly could. I would strongly recommend including that part in the budget. We do anticipate doing that and securing those funds. As in the case of other projects, we could try to bid it and then come back to the council at the time if it's not there. But that's the plan before you here shows the amount that would be clearly sufficient to cover the cost. And we obviously wouldn't spend what we don't need for the project bidding in the spring.
So you're saying that if, in fact, that the budget estimate comes in lower than this $2 million, there'd be no harm in having already added that to our borrowing authority? Is that what you're suggesting?
That is correct, yes.
May I follow up with asking Director Schmedeke, is that true that if we put something into our borrowing authority and don't use it, does it have any fiscal impact?
Thanks for that question, Alder Evers. If we don't borrow the funding, there's no fiscal impact. So
if the project were to come in at a lower rate and we and don't use that money, then there's no fiscal impact.
Right. We tend to try to only borrow based on what the cost of the project will be after bids occur.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitever?
Very similar line of questioning. I just kind of want to take a little backtrack maybe and explain like that this additional funding is for the original proposed expansion project, or there's an addition to the original proposed project, and this is what I'm just trying to understand the context of this is like 50% cost increase of the original piece. So just trying to understand that context.
Yeah, and that's an excellent question, Alder. The first thing is the original cost. I want to make sure it's understood and clear that the original budget cost and estimates were 2015, 16, and 17, kind of that range. Certainly, when it became apparent from the community engagement process that it was going to be heavily tilted towards gym space, and the delays, we've had a number of delays. If those who recall during the pandemic, early pandemic, we closed the center for programming and converted to a shelter space. So we're about 6 years behind. And I would say that other than the geothermal addition and change, which is primarily tax credit funded, this is the same project we had on the block 7 years ago. It's just, unfortunately, the cost went up a lot. Again, we're hoping for better bids than what this number shows, but the number we're asking for here is based on the most recent assessment from our facilities management team.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin, questions?
Yes, thank you. My question is this just for the expansion of the building, or is this for programming too?
That's also a great question. So this is not, this amendment does not have a relationship to any other amendment tonight or to programmatic or operational expansion of programming. as far as cost. There's certainly, when expanded, the No program as it is functioning today would be able to serve some more kids without really incremental cost. It's just we have some space capacity issues in that regard. It would also allow more access to partners who support their own programming, Starlings, NESB, and a myriad of other number of groups. So this capital amendment item provides a larger facility that would allow more opportunities for the programs that already to occur, most of which are partner driven. But our own programming, this is not tied to a specific program expansion plan that would have operational costs. We do hope and expect that the building will be very efficient, so the cost will hopefully be relatively marginal, and there's some good opportunities to have some earned revenue with this as well. But no, this is not about additional programming. Our priority at this time is to meet the 2015 kind of vision of the community of expanding the center to allow more opportunities for programming, especially programming partners.
And then you keep saying, what is this thermal geo? What is it? Yeah.
So a geothermal heating and cooling system for the gyms. Gyms are actually quite large in space, so they're pretty expensive to heat and cool. We were able to work with our partners in city engineering and the consultant team to design it to where this would be heated and cooled primarily through geothermal. A geothermal field would be installed. There are federal tax credits that can help cover the majority of those costs, the vast majority. That will drive the operational costs down quite dramatically. One of the largest costs of a gym to operate is the heating and cooling cost. And this installation as a part of the project would bring it down not to zero, but to a very much more manageable lower number.
Okay. And last question. So are we looking to expand the center and make the basketball court bigger inside the center as well? Is it two of the same?
So the expansion here actually creates the expansion that would happen is actually a new addition to the facility next to the gym at a slightly higher grade that would actually have the ability to have two more courts, or two basketball courts or three volleyball courts in total, which allows for things like the Starlings, which is a volleyball program that serves Northside youth, NESB, and the No program, which is the drop-in, what Alder Miadze had highlighted, a really successful program, like drop-in, youth-oriented, youth-driven programming. Those three things could happen at the same time. Currently, they cannot. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. Is there discussion on Amendment 7? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 7. It will take us to Amendment 8, which is in parking. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. This one is also fairly self-evident, but are there any questions for staff? And it's moving us in the right direction. Seeing no questions, is there discussion? Is there any objection to me congratulating staff from the chair on excellent work coming in under our projections? Seeing no objections, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 8. Celebrate the wins when you can get them, folks. And we'll move on to Amendment 9, also in parking. On Amendment 9, President Curry?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt Amendment 9. Are there questions on Amendment 9? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 9? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Take us to Amendment 10, which is in the stormwater utility. Alder Knox.
I'm voting no on this one.
Alder Knox would like to be recorded as voting no on Amendment 9. Thank you, Alder. Then on to Amendment 10 in the stormwater utility. Alder Miadze, a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder Miadze, would you like to speak to Amendment 10?
I won't belabor. I think our emails were flooded with a whole bunch of constituents that in District 12 and District 18 that actually wanted this project. If I could speak and say anything from my experience being a longtime Northsider, my kids learned how to fish through that Yahara fishing club, got their first poles, and able to fish there. So like everybody pointed out, I mean, when we want to talk about having kids outdoor and in the nature, actually I'm at a conference, nature, getting kids outdoor and actually enjoying our green space. This is one way to do it. Like you've heard, due to all the phosphorus in our pond there, that a lot of fishes are dying because of the pollution. So this place definitely needs to move forward with the dredging for environmentally reasons, for our kids fishing outdoor. So I don't want to belabor it, but I think our emails will flood to all the work that Jack has done, who's a constituent of mine, and a whole bunch more. So I just hope that we can move this forward with caring about our environment and with our sustainability efforts in order to have our stormwater and better drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 10? Seeing none, is there a discussion on Amendment 10? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 10? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. That is the end of our pre-submitted amendments. Alder Knox, I understand you have an amendment from the floor.
Yes, I do.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And just so everyone is clear, the motion is to
adopt.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Can you just say the nature of the amendment?
Okay, thank you. The nature of the amendment is to reduce the amount for the Autumn Ridge path. It's in the engineering and bicycle pedestrian area. The goal is to move it to a future budget, 2026. I'll preface this by saying.
So let me just pause you there. So the motion is to move funding for the Autumn Ridge Path project, which is in engineering, bicycle and pedestrian section of the budget.
Yep.
From 2024 to 2026.
Yes.
So it's been moved. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder Knox, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah. First of all, I want to extend an apology to Alder Fields for not, in a timely manner, communicating with him on this amendment. I actually was still working on the amendment even today after getting feedback from staff, significant feedback. I really appreciate staff's feedback on this amendment. Just want to say that I approached this capital budget with the idea that we need to be looking in the future at the 2026 budget, and we really need to be looking at how do we reduce our borrowing so that we can take the burden off of taxpayers and citizens who pay in other ways. That was my approach. I looked through it. This was one I thought could be put off to another time. I appreciate the feedback I got from staff about this being a project in the works for a period of time, one that could possibly connect different neighborhoods. But ultimately, I have to think about things like housing, affordable housing, the homelessness, and then as opposed to bike trails. I know that this city is proud of the fact that they're a gold star biking city, but I think we can be a silver star biking city and be fine. So that was my approach for this. I think I looked at this section. It would reduce our borrowing, not by much. I really looked at, as we look at these amendments in the capital budget, I don't know how many other fellow alders approached the capital budget with thinking of the taxpayers and saving them in mind, but I do. So that's why I'm proposing this budget. I think it makes sense. It's not a big, giant bite out of it, but it's a step in the right direction, and hopefully we might make some other gains to supporting the burden on the taxpayers in the operating budget.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on floor amendment 1? Alder Madison, questions?
Thank you, Mayor, because this one also a little bit affects District 17. If someone can just speak to, in the amendment, it says moving this from 2024 to 2026 will likely jeopardize the receipt of federal funding. If someone can just speak more to that issue.
So Engineer Wolf is here.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Alder Madison. So the Autumn Ridge Path project does have roughly $2.5 million in federal funds that were awarded to it and programmed for 2024. With that, we have agreements also with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, who administers the federal funds and then bids the contract out for this type of work. So we have agreements in place with WISDOT to move forward with this as well. By delaying the city's portion and the commitment to the funding to 2026, it would likely jeopardize that $2.5 million that were programmed for this project for 2024, because that would probably go to another community that was part of the application process for this cycle. We could certainly continue to apply for funds in the future for this, but that remains uncertain how that would be awarded. And I think that's all I have to add on the federal funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers, questions?
Yes, Mayor. Perhaps Dave or Christine could speak to how much this amendment would actually save taxpayers on their tax bill for 2024.
Did you do the calculation? $3. I'm not sure who's thanks, Alder Evers, for that question. The estimate is about $3 on the average value home, probably about $400,000 or so in debt service. I will point out, though, that the amendment does then call for the borrowing to occur 2 years later, so basically only delaying the issuance of this debt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, I had a question for staff. As far as the federal funding, would we be able to request an extension to use the federal funds? I mean, is it guaranteed we're going to lose it? Is that done?
Jim, I think that's a question for you.
Yes, I'll take that one. Thanks. We actually haven't faced this scenario for this particular program before. In the past, for similar projects that receive funding out of this federal program, we had kind of a hard construction deadline that they were programmed for a particular year based on their distribution and how the federal funds are awarded. So given that this amendment just came through today, we haven't had a chance to reach out to our colleagues at the MPO to discuss what the potential delay would mean if we would lose those funds. But based on that past experience, we do think it is likely that we would lose the federal funds in this situation.
I just had a follow-up to that. Is it, so in the past, you're saying it's not the same scenario, so that's why I'm just trying to get it in plain speak. You're saying it's not the same scenario, and so you don't really know if we're going to lose the federal funds? I mean, do they have any leeway, since you're the expert on it? Do they have leeway generally when you get federal funds? Is there any time that we're not able to make a deadline and we change the dates, is what I'm asking?
The deadlines that we have missed in the past have been bidding deadlines, but we still met the programmatic construction year. So we haven't delayed a project beyond the program construction year, usually because the federal funds are awarded several years in advance. So we have time to adequately plan, prepare, and get things in order. So we have been, when we had mentioned the possibility of missing a construction year, we have been told that we would jeopardize federal funding. We haven't actually ever missed the construction year for a federally funded project.
And then my other question is, I think it's, let me double check before I speak. I'm hearing that it's looking to move the funding 2 years down the road. Is it possible to move it a year and still stay within? Amend it to do a year?
No, the program year for this project is 2024. So delaying it outside of 2024 would miss the programmed year for this funding program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, in the total scope of the project, are the federal funds dedicated to a particular aspect of the project? Like, for example, the bridge over Highway 30 or something like that? Or is it all total integrated into the project?
Thanks, Alder Knox. It is total integrated into the project, but for this particular project, probably 70% of the cost or more are into the bridge over Highway 30. So beyond that actual structure, there isn't a whole lot to this project. It's a short length of path, I think maybe about a half mile or so. That in the whole grand scheme of this project is a pretty small amount.
Okay, and so, but there could be other opportunities for federal funding for this project if it was moved to 2026, correct?
We would certainly try. Usually those federal funding opportunities are in the 2 to 4 year range out. So even if we would move this money to 2026, it, depending upon what we would receive federal funds for, it may not be until 2028 or 2029 that we could actually fund the project. It's usually how those applications work.
So they come in cycles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan, questions?
Thank you. Yes. Quick question on understanding that federal funding is few and far in between. What are the impacts if we do lose this funding?
So it would either be, we would have the options to either not do this project and not have this grade separated crossing of Highway 30, or we would have to explore if we wanted to fund the entire project out of GO.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders in the queue for questions, then it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on floor amendment 1? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to make 2 different points about the Autumn Ridge project here. One about neighborhood connectedness, and then one about bike and pedestrian safety, which is one of my top priorities. Our neighborhoods on the east side of Madison are pretty heavily carved up by several huge highway corridors, Highway 51, which is Stoughton Road, Highway 30, the one in question here, and then the interstate corridor that carries I-39, 90, and 94. These are major barriers to neighborhood connectedness that limit neighbors' access to services and their transportation options. There are a select few connection points that carry a ton of traffic these days, and the volume increases each year with the addition of more housing on the Far East Side. This project is long awaited, 17 years already, it's been in our plans. On my safety point, for this specific location, I'll ask my colleagues to please consider the fact that taking North Thompson Drive is the only way to travel across Highway 30 in this part of town right now. The on and off ramps from Highway 30 descend down to North Thompson and connect at 2 roundabouts. They're tremendously busy roundabouts, and pedestrians need to cross multiple times to get across these lanes. This need is also evident by this area's inclusion on the high injury network as maintained by UW-Madison's Traffic Operations and Safety Lab. This is not a safe corridor for residents traveling through by foot or on their bikes, and they need an alternative. This project is that alternative. Just blocks northwest of this very area, you'll find Sycamore Park, which will be getting a long-awaited new single-track bike course next year, as funded through Parks. This will bring much more bicycle recreation to this area of the city, and a month ago at the public information meeting, it was well attended by members of the East High School Mountain Biking Club and the La Follette High School Mountain Biking Club, student members as well as their parents. Many of them noted that they hope to bike to the new bike course over the forthcoming bridge instead of riding their bikes through those very high traffic and dangerous roundabouts. However, there are more needs for this much safer bridge alternative beyond the recreational uses. This area of North Thompson used to have a through bus route traveling under Highway 30, and it no longer does. That means more people now need to travel through these roundabouts and cross them over the on and off ramps, either crossing to the north to get to the G line or crossing to the south to get to the D1 line, which go to different parts of the city. My overall point is that this project is not merely an off-street path through a park or next to a road. This is a critical connection point between 2 rather isolated and sectioned off neighborhoods, and it's a very important alternative to a pretty dangerous set of roundabout crossings and highway ramps that bikers and pedestrians currently need to navigate. This project, as written and as approved by this body just over the summer, is supported by $2.5 million in federal funds, as we've been discussing. A delay now means that these funds will probably be sent elsewhere in the Metro Planning Organization's planning area. And then contrary to the intent of my colleagues who proposed this, the likely loss of this $2.5 million in federal funding for 2 years will not make this project any cheaper. In fact, it becomes at least $2.5 million more expensive. If we don't fund this project, it will be much harder to do later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Alder Knox's interest in looking out for the interests of taxpayers. But we just heard from Director Schmidtke that we're talking about a potential savings of $3 a year for 2 years, which from my understanding in terms of the property tax that people will be paying is less than a penny a year over this 2-year period of time that we're delaying it. We also then run the risk of losing out on $2.5 million of a grant that we've already received, that we have as an ability to move forward. Lastly, if the District 3 alder and the District 16 alder had come to us saying that this was okay to move this back after 17 years of planning, that they felt like this was an appropriate move weighing the costs and benefits, I might consider voting in favor. But for alders in a different district pushing this forward in a highly unusual manner, I cannot support it, and I ask my colleagues to vote this down.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Yeah, my final comment on this is 17 years. 17 years. If you can't get a project moving in 17 years, we might need to think about, is this something that's viable or not? We should ask ourselves, what are people doing now to get around on the bike trail, to navigate those areas? And maybe $400,000 against the debt service isn't real significant, but when are we gonna start looking at this as something seriously to look at? This is not a candy store. It's not. You know, we become a city where we think we can have it all. And we keep having it all. We saw the county have an expanded budget. We saw the school board have an expanded budget, and we're the last line of defense for our taxpayers. You know, for some of my neighbors who are on fixed incomes, you might think that $3 is a sneeze, but when the debt service goes over 20%, which is coming, folks, 2025, our next budget, then we might start looking at hiring freezes, service cuts. This is all real. I've been around long enough to experience some of that. Layoffs. Trust me, we haven't seen this in a while, but it's a reality that's coming. So all of us need to think about tightening our belt like we do at home on our home budget when the gas prices get high, when the food prices get high, and stop telling our constituents they could have it all, because they can't. And as we go into this operating budget, keep that in mind. It's not a candy store. We can't have it all.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be, of course, supporting the amendment because I actually do believe we should have as much safety as we can have, especially if there's money already on the table to get us to a more safer area, such as thanks to former Alder Paulson for emailing us earlier and pointing out the Cannonball Trail Bridge over the Beltline, which helped to move bikers off the dangerous Todd Drive underpass. I do think that more parts of our city need to be improved where it comes to safety. So again, I do think to a degree we should have as much of it. Maybe we won't get all, but we should have as much of safety as we can have. And Alder Knox mentioned the 17 years to get here. I believe we just passed the Madison Public Market edition, and that I believe was well over 17 years to get there. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer to get us as much of the safety as we all want and need. But yeah, I won't be supporting it because I'm all for getting as much safety as we can get, especially when we already have money on the table to get us there.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders in the queue wishing to speak, anticipating disagreement, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of floor amendment 1, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel? No. Rummel, no. Slack? Slack, no. Tischler? Tischler, no. Verveer? No. Verveer, no. Vitiver? No. Vitiver, no. Wahelia? No. Wahelia, no. Bennett? Bennett, no. Conklin? No. Conklin, no. President Curry? No. President Curry, no. Duncan? No. Duncan, no. Evers? No. Evers, no. Field? Field, no. Vice President Figueroa Cole? No. Vice President Figueroa Cole, no. Govindarajan? No. Govindarajan, no. Harrington McKinney? Harrington McKinney, no. Knox? Knox, yes. Latimer Burris? No. Latimer Burris, no. Madison? No. Madison, no. Martinez Rutherford? No. Martinez Rutherford, no. And Miadzi?
No.
Miadzi, no. 19 no, 1 aye.
With 19 noes, that amendment fails. Are there any other capital amendments? Seeing none, it's 7 o'clock. Is there a desire? Alder Vitiver.
May we take a 10-minute recess, please?
Alder Vitiver moves a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we are on recess until 7:16. We're about 2 minutes out, folks, 2 minutes out. All right, if I can get the alder on Zoom to turn the camera back on and the alders in the room to please take your seats. All right. I will call the meeting back to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Rummel. Rummel is present. Slack. Slack is present. Tischler. Tischler is present. Verveer.
Here.
Verveer is present. Vitiver. Vitiver is present. Wahelia. Wahelia is present. Bennett. All right. Conklin. Conklin is present. President Curry. President Curry is present. Duncan.
Here.
Duncan is present. Evers.
Here.
Evers is present. Field.
Here.
Field is present. Vice President Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole is present. Govindarajan. Govindarajan is present. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney is present. Knox. Knox is present. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris is present. Madison. Madison is present. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford is present. Miadzi.
Here. Present.
Miadzi is present. And Bennett? We have quorum.
Thank you. What's before us is the executive capital budget as amended by Finance Committee and this body. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the capital budget? Alder Rummel.
Well, I thought Alder Amani would ask, but she has not sat down yet. But I just wanted to hold a moment to find out about how the MGO, where we agree to changing the spending on capitals and operating budget. Is that a separate item, Mayor?
Yes.
And if so, where does it show up?
I think that's a question for the Finance Director.
So at the end of the process, so you're voting now on the executive capital budget as amended, you'll then go through and amend the operating budget, which you'll then also adopt. You then have to adopt the budget resolution, which sets the levy. There's a paragraph in that resolution that will be separated at that time, and a separate vote is taken to approve the use of that levy limit authority or application of general debt reserves, and that does require a 2/3 vote.
Thank you, Alder. Further discussion on the capital budget? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the capital budget? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. We'll move on to item 2, which is the 2024 executive operating budget. President Curry, a motion? Moved and seconded to adopt the operating budget. On the operating budget, we will proceed through amendments in a similar fashion, except that the first 3 amendments are technical corrections and adjustments. So is there any objection to taking the 3 up together? Seeing none, President Curry, a motion on amendments 1, 2, and 3, please. Moved and seconded to adopt amendments 1, 2, and 3. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Seeing none of either, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of amendments 1, 2, and 3? Seeing no objection, we'll record that unanimous vote. Those amendments are adopted. Brings us to Amendment 4, which is in civil rights. Alder Wahilahi.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Wahilahi, do you wish to speak?
Sure, thank you. The amendment adds 1 full-time equal opportunity investigator position. It was put forth for the Common Council amendment to the 2023 operating budget, but it did not pass. The department has received more than 126 complaints in the first 3 quarters of 2023 compared to the same period of 2022. This reflects 75.9% increase in the number of complaints. The cost of this full-time position is $85,533, including salary, benefit, and supplies, and it will be funded by the remaining levy capacity. And as you heard from our speaker, Linda Kacham, who I really adore, it's a needed position because the level of work that's really needed is really profound. And we have received, different emails from different EOC members. And for those of you, like Linda Kacham said, at last Saturday celebration, there was an evidence that this position is really needed. So I hope you'll support.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 4? Seeing none, is there further Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if staff could summarize for us how much annual casework is left at the end of the year, and if that's trending in a direction, or if we have any information about that.
Norm, Director Davis?
Sure, thank you. So, Alderfield, when you say how much annual casework is left at the end of the year, you're saying how many cases do we carry over to the next year? So, I'll talk about 2 lanes. So there's the casework that we do by contract for the Federal Equal Employment Opportunities Commission. Currently, for those cases which we do on their behalf, we have carryover for going into next year. We have about 40 cases that we're carrying over. We had to institute a part of our process where we hold cases in abeyance until we could actually bring them online, get them set up or scheduled for mediation, and then potentially to investigation. So those cases are being held in abeyance until we can move into the investigation phase. We're also scheduling already into December. We have 49 cases that are scheduled for mediation. So cases may be settled at the mediation stage, and then they're not investigated. But if both parties cannot reach a settlement agreement in the mediation stage, then they move into investigation. So that number is a little bit less certain, but we know that we at least have 49 cases in mediation that may or may not go into investigation. Historically, about 50% of those cases get settled in mediation, and the other half would go into investigation.
And then one more question. Could you speak to the whether you've had any vacancies this year and if that's affected staff's capacity to work through these cases differently than normal, or if that's just been relevant in your data this year?
We did. We were able to fill 2 vacancies this year. We have one. So we have currently on staff, we have 3 investigators. We have 1 investigator 3. So it's a 3-tier progression. So we have a lead worker investigator. The other 2 investigators are at level 1. One, I believe, just recently passed their 6-month time period with the city. The other is still within that 6-month probation period. And so those individuals are getting up to speed. And yes, that did impact our ability to keep up with cases.
Nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions?
Yeah, Norman, can you share with the council what is generally a reasonable time frame for investigating complaints? Try to give them a perspective of how time consuming it could be in terms of staff hours on any particular investigation.
Sure, thank you. For, I want to say, the last 6 or 7 years, our department has had as its goal to complete investigations from the time that they come in the door until the investigation is resolved, 90 to 120 days. That is the shortest time period that exists, whether we're looking at the city, the state, or the federal level. We, about 7-8 years ago, I think just to the time prior when I became director, we did have a backlog of cases within the department. And I started to hear from members of the community about how the length of time was impacting them personally. I remember one individual contacted me and let me know that because it was taking so long to process their case, that they were being re-traumatized by the experience. And so we set as a goal that we were going to make sure that we were going to conduct our investigations as expeditiously as we could. And we set this goal of 90 to 120 days. And we've been able to meet that time frame pretty much since that time until we actually got into COVID and we started getting vacancies within some of our investigations. And then once we began to come out of COVID, we saw a spike in cases. We knew that spike was going to come, and we don't want to extend the time for folks to get resolution to their complaints because we know that it has this detrimental effect on them as individuals. Some of these are employment cases, some of these are housing cases, some of these are public accommodation cases. And if an individual cannot get resolution to their case, the results could be dire for them. So the other agencies with which individuals have to file complaints could take up to a year to process those complaints. Within our current workload, we're already seeing a 3 to 4 month delay in processing complaints, and so we want to try to get ahead of that and make sure that we can process complaints in a timely manner and hopefully get back into that 90 to 120 day window.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering if you could speak to how, or the expectation for an additional position to expand capacity for community outreach and more of that proactive work within these positions.
Sure, thank you. again, similarly, before I became director, there was actually a position within the Equal Opportunities Division that was tasked with education and outreach. We made the decision to have the investigators share in that responsibility. So the title investigator is a bit of a misnomer because each of our investigators are responsible for training, outreach, and education in the community. We want to apply more more resources to a proactive approach, educating employers, housing providers of their responsibility regarding harassment and discrimination. And we also want to provide more training and education for residents around their rights as it relates to discrimination and harassment. And so we have regular trainings with Dane County Job Center. We have regular trainings that we set up through the library and other locations throughout the city. We've made the options available virtually for the community. And this position will not only ensure that we're able to provide timely resolution of cases, but also that we can continue to apply those upstream interventions to impact the instances of discrimination and harassment in our community.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Mayor. I have sent an email to all alders stating the trend and the stats. So if you can look at that, that would be helpful from 2018 to the present. But my question to Norm is, you talked about preventive and community outreach. Can you expand on that?
Sure. So when individuals in the community sometimes hear about the Department of Civil Rights, we often hear surprise that there is a Department of Civil Rights in the city of Madison. And our department is somewhat unique, but we actually have quite a bit of authority. And so we want to make sure that individuals in the community know that we are a trusted source, that we will take their complaints of discrimination seriously, and that they actually have avenues of resolution, and in some cases, reward when they bring complaints of discrimination to us. I was looking at some of the award figures over the last 5 years, and there's been over $1 million that has actually been awarded to complainants, and this is just through our mediation process. This does not include those that go to hearing. But even just through our mediation process, over $1 million over the last 5 years has gone to provide some level of justice for individuals that have been harmed through harassment or discrimination. And so we educate about our protected classes. We have, as a city, have the most protected classes of any municipality in the country. And we let individuals know that, they likely fall into a protected class. And we let employers and housing providers know that they have a responsibility to make sure that individuals' rights are protected and how they can do that. We also have partnered with other units of government, the federal government, to educate in specific instances, for example, about sexual harassment in housing provision. We try to partner with other agencies to make sure that not only our message is getting out there, but their message is also getting out there. And so we make a special appeal to those employers, to those housing providers, to work with us proactively to help ensure that each individual in our community is protected.
Thank you. Alder Bidever?
So one of the questions that we had last year, or hypotheses we had last year, was that the addition of the town of Madison residents was going to increase the load. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to whether that has happened, or whether it hasn't.
I believe that that it has increased. Don't have really good data around that at this time, but I do believe that given the number of businesses that came to be part of the city of Madison, the number of residents, the demographic features of the residents, I do believe that there's an impact. What we're seeing in terms of an increase is continues to be under the protected class of race and under employment, and so I believe that that addition has caused the increase that we're seeing. But again, that data is not super clear at this point.
Alder Rummel? Oh, no. Then Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you and your staff for supporting the research when we brought this up to the Finance Committee. So based on that information provided at the time, we put together data from 2018 to 2023 that included cases that were investigated, closed, the balance, and the carryover. So I wanted to just cover the carryover part of it. In addition of the data provided, we included information about the staff levels. So I'm going to leave 2022 out because it's an odd year for this analysis. But in 2019, which was pre-pandemic, there was a carryover of 22 people, and there was a brand new investigator at the time. But there was only 22 cases that carry over, and the amounts for that year were almost identical to the 2023. So we have 89 investigated cases, 67 closed, and a balance of 29. Versus 2023, we have 87 investigated cases, 67 closed, and 25 of balance. So wouldn't you say that similarity and carryover of 22 versus 20, would it be the 2023 would be non-existent if the two people that are in training were fully at capacity to be trained already?
I don't know that I can say that 2023 would be non-existent if the two most recent investigators were up to speed, or and trained already. As I mentioned, we do have within our process, we offer mediation early. Really, mediation is one of the first things that we offer in the process. It's the opportunity for the complainant and the respondent to come together and work out a mutually agreeable resolution to the case without even having to enlist investigative resources. It's up to both parties to decide to come to mediation and if they want to work out that resolution. The cases that we have in abeyance currently are waiting on their schedule for mediation. So those are still yet not investigated, unresolved cases, and we won't know unless and until they do go to investigation. So I guess I appreciate the hypothetical question, but I don't know that I can really provide a quality answer to that the carryover would be non-existent if the investigators were up to speed.
So wouldn't you say that at the minimum that would be lower?
I think it would be lower. I think it would
if
be
it
lower,
was,
sure.
if it was, if you were working at full capacity. And the part about, so I guess, I mean, part of the answers from earlier and now, I mean, I'm kind of questioning the part of, are we saying that regardless if you had even more people, more staff, because of the length of the mediation, that still the cases are longer generally? Like,
No, I don't think we're
are we
saying.
getting more difficult cases now than before pandemic? Maybe is the question. I don't know.
No, I don't think that we're seeing more difficult cases necessarily. I think what I'm saying is that we are seeing a rise in cases overall. We do have a process where we attempt to reduce the utilization of our investigative resources through mediation, but because it's up to both parties to mediate, that may extend the time of the case.
Well, again, thank you for helping me last month when it was said that we went over this data. I really appreciate the time to get to look at these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Miadze. Questions?
Yeah, just one question. Might be one of those hypothetical questions, but Norm, I don't know how to articulate this, so give me a second. But as I attend a lot of community engagement meetings, there are not really people that marginalized community that show up, whether it's housing, whether it's even transportation. Is there a formula, or is there a way to articulate or study that you guys have done that even just one case of backlog, that sometimes that incorporates a whole bunch of people that marginalized community that might not be at the table, that have the same complaints, so to speak, and any backlog is important, and every case should be taken as representing a whole bunch of people that aren't at the table or aren't filing those complaints. So I was just wondering if you could think of, any data that you might have compiled on people that could have filed a complaint, that any backlog is crucially important to be solved. Anything around that study?
Sure. Thank you for that question. I think what I can say is that we do know that instances of harassment and discrimination are underreported. They're underreported in employment. They're underreported in housing and in public accommodations. We have heard firsthand accounts from members of the community about the fear that they have in reporting harassment and discrimination, whether it's with their employer or their housing provider. And their reluctant willingness to endure in those environments, despite what they're going through, because they fear for losing their job, their income, or their housing. That said, that's what we keep in mind when we process complaints of discrimination and harassment, because we know that these cases are emblematic of other instances that are happening in the community that are not being reported to us. We know that when individuals come to us, when they bring us a concern, that we were likely not the first option that they thought of. They have probably either tried to solve it themselves, or this was, the last straw, or something like that. And so I think you're correct in your thought that these cases are especially important, and it's especially important that we process them in a timely manner because they are representative of a small representation of what's happening in the community. And the better we can serve the community, the more I believe the word will get out that we do take the community's concerns seriously, and that others will have more confidence and trust in bringing their cases to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
A follow-up on Alder Vitiver's question earlier. Norman, my district's inherited quite a few of those former town residents. So I was just wondering in particular, and I think related to housing discrimination, have you been receiving additional those kind of complaints from those town residents? And more importantly, I was just wondering, do you refer those housing complaints to an outside agency like the Fair Housing Center, or do you handle those cases internally?
We handle those cases internally. And, you know, we started receiving those complaints, I think, when individuals in the town were made aware that the town would be attached to Madison. And we've, so we started to ensure that we had appropriate language access resources to not only receive those complaints, but to respond to and process those complaints. We have outfitted our online portal with, I believe it's the option of 5 different languages, so that individuals can supply their complaint to us in the language of their choosing. And then we have one bilingual investigator on staff as well. And so yes, we have prepared. We have been receiving complaints from that particular area, and we continue to serve them to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, I just had a couple of quick questions for you, please. So what are the other options for people if they don't go through mediation? What are the other options do they have to solve discrimination? Is that litigation, or what do they do if they, in your expertise?
Sure. So individuals can always go through litigation. That's their right, and we do have a list of attorneys that we can share with individuals that want to avail themselves of those services. If someone would prefer to file a complaint with the state Department of Workforce Development, Equal Rights Division, they certainly can do so. That unit of government does have fewer protected classes than the City of Madison, however. And if they wanted to file a complaint with the Federal Equal Employment Opportunities Commission or Housing and Urban Development, they can also do that. But again, there are fewer and differing protected classes that are offered. Those timelines are still outside of what we would want to provide. You know, again, it's at least a year in terms of processing those complaints. And we feel that as a local agency, we can provide more of a walk-in. You know, individuals can walk into our office. They can speak directly with our staff, and we want to, you know, as I said, we know that individuals have been through quite a bit when they come in, and so we want to really provide that, albeit neutral, because we have to be neutral as we investigate, but we do want to provide that appropriate level of service to the community.
Thank you. I have another question. And you may not know this, but if somebody, you know, doesn't go through mediation and use the city services, I don't think it costs them anything to do that, to
Correct.
come to you guys. But do you know how much a discrimination suit costs? Do you have any idea? I mean, do you guys learn that?
Well, I think that it would vary widely. Depending on the retainer that would be necessary, to retain an attorney, I can imagine that would be in the neighborhood of $5,000, maybe more. But the nature of the suit, I think, would really determine how much it would cost overall.
And do you, and maybe you don't know it because, you guys aren't there to be lawyers, but do you know, like, if somebody went through the court system, how long the discrimination, do they teach you that? Do they say, the reason that we have this is because, typically it will take a person, 10 years or 3 years or 5 years? Do you have any statistics like that? I didn't ask you ahead of time, so.
That's okay. I'm sorry. Can you clarify that question?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to say your process is about a year, and if somebody doesn't like it, for example, I don't want to serve somebody at my particular restaurant, so I don't. How many years will they spend in litigation proving that? Will they have to go to the Supreme Court?
So each case would be different, and so I wouldn't have any data around that or be able to, I think, to offer any insights there. What I can say is that the individuals that go through our process, we're aiming for that 90 to 120 days. Where the process is taking longer than that now. We were talking about maybe 5-6 months now, but it's shorter than the year that it would take at the federal or state level. So we want to shrink that time back up to get better service, to be able to process more cases in a timely manner, and hopefully those individuals don't have to go through litigation, because, as you mentioned, our process doesn't cost them as an individual anything.
And I'm just wondering, just for clarifications, what are the protected classes?
Okay, I think I have that right here. There are, I believe, 29 or 30 of them. I'm going to pull them up right now. All right. Our protected classes, and these vary across public accommodation, housing, and employment. Each of them don't apply in every single instance. However, our protected classes are sex, race, religion, color, national origin or ancestry, age, handicap, marital status, source of income, arrest or conviction record, less than honorable discharge, physical appearance, sexual orientation, gender identity, homelessness, domestic partnership, familial status, political beliefs, non-religion, retaliation for housing complaints, social security number, credit history, that applies to employment only, or the fact that a person is a student.
Okay, and I just had one question, and this is just really in your opinion. Are we, as a director, in your opinion, are we in a post-discrimination era?
Oh, no. No.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start my questioning, the Alder just asked a question in terms of what was it?
Post-discrimination era?
Right. Would you speak more to that? Would you kind of unpack that?
Well, if I understood Alder's question correctly, are we in a period of time where we no longer have to worry about or deal with discrimination? And the answer is no.
Thank you. And I'll move on to my question, and it's specifically related to the what is it? My notes.
Alder, there are additional
Okay,
in the queue if you want me to come back to you.
for the let me come back.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
It happens to the best of us. Thank you. A quick, brief question for you. Do you know if any of your cases have been students in the past year, college students?
I don't know that offhand right now. I don't know that offhand right now, but I would, well, I don't want to guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you. Did I cut myself? Yeah. And so specifically, what I just recently heard is that the language portal for those individuals who have language barriers. Could you say more about that? Yes, that was my question. I couldn't find my notes.
Yes, I can. And if you don't mind, if I might just refer back to the prior question, to answer the question about students, complaints from students, yes, in the area of housing discrimination, we have had complaints in the last year for students. Let's see. This body, a number of years ago, provided funding for us to purchase an updated system to track our cases. And the system that we had, excuse me, at the time was about 30 years old. It actually provided the opportunity for us to partner with the Office of the City Attorney because they were using either the same or similar system, and we were both able to upgrade our databases. Through upgrading those databases, the software that we purchased gave us the capability of providing an online portal for individuals to file complaints of discrimination. Prior to that, the only way that individuals could make us aware of an issue online was through the Report a Problem system. We now have an online portal where individuals can file complaints of discrimination, and that portal offers the user the opportunity to choose the language that they would like to file their complaint in. So it is not English only, but there are, I believe, 5 total languages that are available to individuals to file their complaint.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that I found my notes. And so in this conversation that I had, it really concerned undocumented complaints. I mean, is that if the person is undocumented, do they have access to this portal, to your services at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay, good. Now I'm going in the right direction. The caseworker who brought this to my attention said that they work with many undocumented individuals who have language barriers, who have access barriers. Now, the tracking of the cases that you're doing and the portal that you described, how is that enhanced the ability for individuals who may be not documented or have severe language barriers? How are you servicing those individuals? Or are you prepared to service those individuals?
Sure, thank you. So we really try to start upstream. As I mentioned, we're trying to divert more resources to be proactive, rather than always, following up, charges of discrimination or harassment. And so this body also has provided us with bilingual, bicultural community connectors that we can do broad outreach to different language communities, including those that speak Spanish. We have on staff, on our investigation staff, bilingual investigator that is there to converse with, to correspond with individuals that speak Spanish that may not be able to communicate with us otherwise. And then the portal itself as I mentioned, allows individuals to select the language that they want to file their complaint in. And they do not need to at any time sort of revert to English. They can file their complaint in that language. We will utilize the resources, the language access resources of the department to appropriately translate the complaint. And then we will appropriately translate the questionnaire that we supply to complainants and any responses, communications from our office. In the event that we need interpreting services, we can also utilize the resources of the department that we provide citywide for interpretation.
A final follow-up question is that the previous alder asked you to go through the segment of equal opportunity access, the protected classes, a whole list of those. And my question is that with your department and the current staffing of your department, are you, when I say you, is the department capable of adequately serving this myriad of possible protected classes?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So we do it every day. And as you might imagine, intersectionality comes into play quite often. An individual may present more than one membership in more than one protected class. And so, for example, if there is a protected class that's covered by the City of Madison, but is not covered by the federal government, if we're working a case for the federal government, then we will split the case. So we will actually investigate the case considering the protected class that applies to the federal government, and then we will separately investigate based on the local protected class. So an individual doesn't have to file separately. It doesn't have to file two separate complaints, with two separate jurisdictions. But we will take the complaint in, and then we will parse out where this individual's membership in protected class falls, and then we will conduct the investigation and come out with either a determination of probable cause or no probable cause on either side.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue my questions during the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. Alder Slack.
Oh, this is for questions.
Okay, I have no other alders in the queue for questions. So it's been moved and seconded, and is there discussion? Alder Slack?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mayor. So the Department of Health and Human Services, their Office for Civil Rights, saw almost a 70% increase in complaints between 2017 and 2022. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission filed 50% more discrimination or harassment lawsuits in 2023 compared to 2022. The U.S. Department of Education received the highest number of civil rights complaints ever. And we're also entering a new territory with discrimination, harassment, and civil rights violations because of emerging technologies, online situations that are creating huge disparities with big data, using algorithms to predict things. We need to be prepared for all this. And so I'm not interested in the numbers from year to year of cases that our office has served or what the carryover is. We need to get ahead of this. The trends are all pointing in the wrong direction. And so I think that's evidence enough that we need more staff in our Office of Civil Rights.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was not distracted by the hypothetical questions. I specifically was listening and reading the communications that came from the commissioners. And they talked about housing, they talked about discriminations broadly, housing, zoning, policy, discrimination, training, education to community members. It talked about the many protected classes that this department should be handling. And my question is, why is this department not a priority? Discrimination happens in so many ways and to so many different people. And whether they file or don't file does not erase the fact that they do exist. And my question then is why this department is not elevated to the important level that it should be. I don't have the answer to that. My own personal experience with filing, I was in a hostile work environment, and I did not file a harassment case against that nonprofit. Today, I regret that I should have, because there was every indication that it was a hostile work environment and it impacted me severely, mentally, emotionally, physically. All of those things impacted me. But what did I do? I packed up my office and I left because I did not feel that I would be heard. A second opportunity came, and I did file a complaint. And I won. It went through mitigation. It almost went to the point of litigation, but it was settled. But it still lingers in my being. The first time that I was in a hostile work environment and I did not follow through. I did not follow through because I did not know about what I needed to know about. The second time it came around, I had education, information, and support. I raised the question today why this department is not elevated to the level that it should be elevated to. I asked the question is that as we brought on the town of Madison and the expanded responsibilities, why this department is not elevated to the status and level that it should be. Discrimination is not behind us. It is absolutely in front of us. We can do a checkbox, and all of us have been discriminated in some way. But if you are a minority, if you're black or brown, if you're non-documented, and even if you are an alder, you can be discriminated against. And if we do not protect the integrity of this department, everything that the city is built on is a lie. And I would say that that's not the case. That's not what we want to move forward. This is a department that is critical to the well-being of the city of Madison and who we are and what we stand for. And if we don't support this department, I question whether the integrity of the city of Madison really is what it says that it should be. That is my statement, and I would ask those alders, my fellow alders, because I don't go and ask for support, but I am asking for support for this department because it is critically important, and we have to show that it is critically important. Please support the ask of this department. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitever.
It deeply pains me that I am not going to vote for this evening. And the reason why is because I do think this is a critically important position. And so I'm going to ask the mayor to consider that in future budgets, if this does not pass tonight, that it be prioritized, because I do think this is a critically important position. The challenge I'm facing in my deliberations about what's before us tonight is essentially we have 3 positions. And I think of this phrase, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The other 2 positions that are before us this evening are preventive. We have a PIO position that will prevent issues of discrimination by communicating better with our residents. And we have a traffic engineer position that will prevent morbidity and mortality from traffic events. This position is a response position, and it's a critically important response position. But the reason I'm not going to vote for it tonight is because I believe that when we prioritize, we need to prioritize prevention. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor. It took me a long time to kind of wrap my head around this, but it brought me to the first time that I really unequivocally knew that I was being discriminated against. And it was after transitioning and losing my job and multiple years, huge credibility within the work arena that I was in. And I went in for an interview, and I'm a good interviewer. I'm really good at being interviewed. I'm pretty good about that. I had a lot of experience. And I left that feeling like, oh my God, I might be able to get this job. And then about 2 weeks later, I ran into a friend of mine that worked at that restaurant. And he told me that I didn't get the job because I was trans. Moving to Wisconsin, I thought, oh my God, I'm going to die or get married. Who knows which one's going to happen? I'm still here and single. Where are the cameras? There was a friend of mine working for me, and I needed some money to just kind of, help me get by. And I said, I would love to do this job. It was just a gig. And he said, the person won't hire someone who's trans. I'm a white person. I have a lot of privilege, and I move through this world very easily. And yet I can be discriminated against in Madison, outside of Madison, in Los Angeles, for heaven's sake. And for me, we say that we are all about equity and inclusion and welcoming. This is where we put our money, where our mouth should be, whatever that phrase is. And this job, this position for me is personal. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Oh God, I should have just tapped the thing later. I really appreciate everyone's heartfelt responses, and I do find myself in a similar position as the alder, which way is this, left, to the left of me. I do want to level set the narrative here, at least for my own sake. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I want to level set that this to me is a priority. I don't envy the position our mayor is in doing these executive budgets. However, I do find that with that position in future budgets, this needs to be a priority. I certainly am not trying to refute that discrimination is non-existent or on the rise, or that people in this body haven't experienced it, because I think that nearly all of us can say one or two or many ways in which we've been discriminated. That said, though, I want to make sure that, like, I am in a position where I look at the other budget amendments and I see the things that my constituents have been sending me emails, calling me about, talking in neighborhood meetings about, directly reflected in those those budgets. And that is coming from having proactively done that outreach to my constituents to see what their priorities are. I can see that, like, how, the carryover might make this position less appealing, though I do think some of that is offset by the proactive work that DCR does do. Nonetheless, as I will speak to in the other budget amendments, my constituents are crying for those needs, so to speak. And I do see each of them as an equally important equity issue that needs to be responded to. So with that, I strongly encourage this to be included in the future budgets, or duly considered in future budgets. And I do see this as a priority that the city needs to address.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, so first I want to say the cost of discrimination to file a suit and win is $100,000, and that's in 1979, when people did not want to rent, live next to, or be involved with the majority of this room. The city in 2019, public relations, PIO, sold us on DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. And so when do we get to actually back that up? I'm even surprised at how low of a priority, joining my colleague in that we do. We have budgets that are spending at 26% and 8% and all this other stuff, and I think they're at 8%, but we got to prioritize. So I'm not going to support it, first of all, because my mother, who has gone off this earth, would roll over in her grave if I voted against it, because she was the affirmative action officer that fought for women and Black people and LGBTQ people to have the same rights. And when they don't have money, they don't have $100,000 to spend on it, and to spend 2 and 3 years in litigation to prove to the landlord that a Black woman with kids, we don't need a list of when we can go down to the laundry room or when we can play outside. So that's going to bring me to my next point, and I'm going to wrap up. We are going into the era of super housing, luxurious apartments, affordable apartments that are really nice. And mark my words, there will be some developers that will use covert racism to get around not renting to some of us, a lot of this in the room. They'll be renting to the people who have bikes and that use BRT and don't have any kids. So I think we should support this stuff. I don't think we should just use a public information officer to talk about it. We should actually do it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Well, I'm going to support this as someone who worked in the area of equal opportunity for over 36 years in state and county government. I have to support it. My 17 years in Dane County, we had one investigator, technically, which meant the other staff, I was the office manager, had to do investigations as well. And a lot of times we sent our clients down the hallway to the city because we could not manage the load, the caseload, or we sent them to the state, which takes a lot longer time to get a complaint, if anybody's gone through that process, to get a complaint resolved. So I'll be supporting this. I agree with my alder to the left. You know, it's time to put our money where our mouth is. You know, we got to stop playing lip service to how much we support equity. You know, we do a great job of doing proclamations and stating how we want to be this city that is inclusive, but we got to have the tools in order to make sure people are whole in this city and that they have a place to go, that complaints can be addressed fairly. And so this is your opportunity. You can pass on it for some philosophical reason, whatever you think, but this is the position that investigates complaints, that mitigate complaints when people are aggrieved. So I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
I'm not going to add too much to this, but I'd just like to say two things. One, you know, if we cannot keep on saying this is great. You know, when we talk about equity, we talk about looking out for our marginalized community. But you know what, this is great, but let's do it later on. We cannot keep on having the illusion of equity. We must make it a reality. Like I asked earlier to Norm Davis about some of the cases. Just because, I mean, you heard from both the alders that sometimes those voices, they don't want to come forth with some of the complaints. So somebody in a housing complex that actually has the bravery to come forth, they actually represent a lot bigger picture of the marginalized community that's not spoken, that is not at the table. So whether it's in transportation, whether it's any department, even in our agencies, they all need a voice that speaks for all voices. So this department should be funded for this position. So I'll just rest my case, but I want everybody to think about no longer having the illusion of equity in this city, but the reality of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind us what Alder Harrington McKinney said, which is why we are not elevating this department. And to answer that question, we may not have the answer, but I just want to read to you what is our values from our city website. Equity. We are committed to fairness, justice, and equal outcomes for all. Civic engagement. We believe in transparency, openness, inclusivity will protect freedom of expression and engagement. Well-being. We are all committed to creating a community where all can thrive and feel safe. Shared prosperity. We are dedicated to creating a community where all are able to achieve economic success and social mobility. Stewardship. We will care for our natural, economic, physical, and social resources. So I will urge us, as a policymakers, this is the department that can make us do all this work for the city. So unless we really mean these values, then we have to ask ourselves why. And if we truly mean these values, then we need to elevate this position, this department, and focus on why we really mean these values. So I hope you will support this. There's no tomorrow, there's no next year. Most of you are saying that you are having competing priorities for your amendment. But this is a priority because we have to live what we believe in. There's no next year. So this is the year. Last year we put in the amendment, it didn't pass. We put in again for extra money that we found out we didn't, pass it. This is the third time. So I question our intent in saying that we really care about equity and social justice when we are not elevating the department that's really doing the work. So I hope you will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I'm going to support it. I encourage others to do the same. I've supported it each time it's come up. I just want to second Alder Haley's comment for going to read the city's values because I could just second it and not read it tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So I am well aware of the services that this agency provides and a lot of gratitude for their services. But as I listen to my colleagues speak about equity and protected classes and priorities and all of those stuff that we all believe in, I can't help it but to think about how just to put up front how difficult it is to make a decision between this position and the traffic engineering decision. Because at the end of the day, we can say exactly the same words about that position. We are serving exactly the same people. We are continue to, even though the city is working so hard on making our street safe, and I mean like safe to gold standards, safe for pedestrians and for people to move around, we still have a lot of, we still attach to heavily on vehicles. And for that, we continue to build roads. Roads like, for example, the Verona Road and the Verona Road intersection, 8 lanes of transit expanded over the shoulders of a neighborhood that they literally live under the bridge, and they don't have any safe ways to get out of that neighborhood. I mean, there's no, they lack sidewalks in some areas. They lack easy access to cross over to the few businesses that are in the neighborhood, and that can be repeated by what Alder Fields was saying earlier about his neighborhood, totally surrounded by highways. So we have a list. I know we have a backlog on Civil Rights Office. I requested the data, so I am very versed on that information. But we also have a Safe Street backlog of 416 open cases. So that backlog does not decrease. It continues to grow. We continue to approve projects in a very limited resources and limited amount of money. And as many as we get out the door, that many come back into the log. So for me, I'm so grateful that Alder Fields and Alder Carey brought this up to our attention, that there's a possibility to reduce the impact on that log. And I am not supporting the civil rights. I am supporting something that also needs to be prioritized, that is also helping the same people that we're trying to help with the Civil Rights Office, and that will be the prevention of more people getting hurt in our streets. And that's the reason I will be supporting the transit engineering position instead of the civil rights position. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze for the second time.
Your Honor, Mayor, I lowered my hand. I just called a question.
Alder, we only have one other Alder in the queue, so let's see if we can work it through. And I won't count that against you. Alder Slack for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand we also have an alternate or an amendment or an alternate to the PIO position to use that money instead for the engineering position. So there's 3 positions we're talking about here. I agree with Alder Figueroa-Cole, and I'll be voting for that position in lieu of the PIO. But I'm also going to support this one.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other Alders in the queue wishing to speak. So it's been moved and seconded, anticipating disagreement. We'll have a roll call. So all those in favor of Amendment 4, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Aye. Rummel, aye. Slack. Aye. Slack, aye. Tischler. Aye. Tischler, aye. Verveer. Aye. Verveer, aye. Vitiver.
No, very regretful.
Vitiver, no. Wahelia.
Aye.
Wahelia, aye. Bennett. No. Bennett, no. Conklin.
No.
Conklin, no. Curry. No. Curry, no. Duncan.
Aye.
Duncan, aye. Evers.
No.
Evers, no. Field. No. Field, no. Figueroa-Cole.
No.
Figueroa-Cole, no. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, no. Harrington McKinney. Aye. Harrington McKinney, aye. Knox. Knox, aye. Latimer Burris.
Aye.
Latimer Burris, aye. Madison.
Aye.
Madison, aye. Martinez Rutherford. Aye. Martinez Rutherford, aye. Miadzi.
Aye.
Miadzi, aye. 12, aye. 8, no.
With 12 ayes, Amendment 4 passes. And I'll turn to the Finance Director to update us on where we are on the levy.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a little under $8,000 remaining.
Thank you. All right, so the next amendment is number 5 in the Community Development Division. Alder Evers.
Move to adopt.
There's a second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Evers, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, this amendment doesn't change the bottom line, but it shifts the authority from Parks to the Community Services Division to allocate the funds. The $10,000 that's currently allocated is just a start. Should this program grow, and I hope it does, it doesn't belong in Parks. This isn't their wheelhouse to manage a program like this. This is an element of community services in the Community Services Committee, working with staff in the Community Development Division, would be far more equipped to manage a program such as this. I hope to see this program grow. It's an identified priority in the City County Schools Coordinating Committee, formerly known as the Education Committee. As many of you know, that it used to be that our school districts provided driver's education for free for our students. Some time ago, decades ago, the state stopped funding this. And as a result, the school districts were no longer able to provide this service. And it means that at a cost of roughly $600 per student, driver's education courses have to be enrolled in, and parents often, particularly those of lower income, cannot afford this. So it's a program that I think, working in conjunction with the school district, we can get started. But should this program go forward, it doesn't belong in Parks. They're not equipped to handle this. So let's put it where it belongs, and that's in the Community Development Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Alder Conklin?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I did have a question. I don't know if Alder Evers was kind of hitting on that. because it says in partnership with the Parks Division staff who works directly with the staff, or with the youth, excuse me. I'm just confused on how the Parks Division is working directly with the youth.
That might be a question for Director Knapp, if he's still with us. Oh, he's in the back. You came. Is that you?
Here.
How about that one?
There we go. That's the one. So I think the reference here in the amendment is, and we are supportive of the amendment and the movement to CDD, certainly, given the nature of the programmatic approach. I believe the intent of that language is to highlight we have a relationship with, the reason it was put into parks in the first place is we have a relationship with a number of youth at the north side at the Warner Park Rec Center who, as a part of them expressing to us needs and issues that they're facing, this is a high level issue of concern. And I believe that's the intent. We would hopefully be able to connect those youth to program providers that CDD would identify to be connected to that potential service is how I would view that language. It's we would not be doing outreach for the entire city of youth. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I guess that's one of the issues that I have is how are we going to get this information to the targeted population that we're looking to get this to? How is this going to be advertised, or is this solely for Warner Park?
It might be a questions for CDD. Director O'Keefe, do you want to take a stab at it?
Alder, it's my understanding that this funding is sufficient to support in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 scholarships. So we will need to pay close attention to make sure that those scholarships get spread across the city. We currently have at least one contract with the neighborhood center on the west side, Teresa Terrace Neighborhood Center. That has a driver's license education program. So that the challenge will be just to make sure that those scholarships get spread across the city. And I think we can do that through a contract with, or in addition to a contract to a single neighborhood center.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yes. So I guess this is for Superintendent Eric. I guess my question is, with all the programming that I've just rambled off earlier that serves at the Warner Park Community Centers, 150 youth through the NOW program, what makes you think that Warner Park can't handle driver's ed and really reaching the marginalized community? As you've seen, most of the kids are marginalized community over at the Warner Park Community Center. So I'm just wondering, do you think that Parks or Warner Park can handle this?
I think I want to be clear. It's not speaking to the talents or abilities of the staff at Warner and their ability. I think it's about a question of logical organizational structure and fairness for the entire city. As we heard at the Finance Committee, and I've spoke to a number of alders who raised that concern, if the city were to expand, in fact, it's already expanding apparently a program that I didn't know about personally that exists where it's a part of community contracts. So I trust very much our CDD partners to allocate resources along these lines fairly and equitably. I expect and hope some of the kids that we have relationships at Warner get an opportunity from these funds, but I think it's really important. From my chair, it's important that we offer services equitably across the city and fairly. I think CDD is better positioned than we are to do that. Though we have high concentration of knowledge and relationship with the youth on the north side, we don't have that in every community.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Evers.
Yeah, we amended this in the Finance Committee on an amendment that was offered by Alder Madison to open this up to the entire city. So it's no longer targeted to any one geographic portion of the city or any one NRT or any one park. So with that in mind, if we're going to see a program like this grow, it belongs in CDD. It's just logical. It's not picking on anybody. It's just what makes the most sense for the city.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders. Oh, Alder Miazze?
So I just wanted to comment as Alder that actually brought this forth and got it passed through the Finance Committee with help of fellow alders. I did a study to see which schools in Madison are ones with disenfranchised kids or underserved kids, and I came up with East High School. The way I did that study was based on the free lunch that was given, and East by far. That's why I wanted to really narrow down on the kids that are at East High School within that community. It's not saying that I don't want this program throughout the whole city. This is supposed to be a pilot in order to, like Alder Evers said, that this is something that wants to happen throughout the whole city. I do agree wholeheartedly, but I just want to equity again. It's really about focusing on certain corridors that are underserved, which is the north side, as everybody already knows. So if I was to $10,000 I asked for this amendment, since we're going to water it down and only have 4 or 5 kids taken from different NRT or high schools, I would like to oppose an amendment to add funding to this. So I would like to have an amendment and see if, since we're going to open it up to the city, and I appreciate all the work the CDD does, which if this is a program that's going to be throughout the city, and it needs to be in CDD, I definitely agree with that. But since we're going to make a throughout the whole city, I'm just asking that we raise it to 20,000 at least for these kids, so we can have more than 4. Everybody agrees that our kids are burdened by not having driver's ed in the schools. So to only say 4 per high school, I think that's not doing due diligence to our students. So if we can raise it to 20,000, I'll appreciate it. So I would like to have an amendment to raise it to 20,000. Thank you.
Alder, that motion is not in order because we do not have sufficient funds left on the levy to raise it to that level. So, Alder Conklin? Point of information from Latimer Burris?
Yeah, I think it's a point of information. I have to double check my chart here. So would Director Schminneke be able to, I think he's calculating, would this be more appropriate to defer to see if we have any money left over, or how would we handle that? Because he's saying he wants to raise the amount that goes to the driver's ed program, but right now, are you tracking? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking too many
Director Schminneke did give you an update after the last vote on how much was left on the levy. He can give another one.
There is slightly less than $8,000 left on the levy.
Thank you.
One more point of information. I don't know what's going to come down the pike, but if that changes, would we be able to add it in to support what the Alder Miazze wants? I mean, I know he can already go to 18,000, but.
Alder, you do have the opportunity to move amendments from the floor. So the motion is not in order at this time. It may be in order in a future time, but it's not in order at this time.
Okay, so the only thing that he could do is add it up to 18 at this point. Okay.
Slightly less than 18. Alder Conklin, did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this if this is not given to everybody in the city of Madison. As far as targeting East High School, I just don't agree with the research that Alder Maedzi has said. I haven't seen any research. I haven't seen any data. I would love to see those numbers, but we know that there is marginalized communities in every school district all across the city of Madison. So if this is not an opportunity for all the children to be able to get their driver's license, then I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
I just want to make a comment as a clarification. So the amendment actually does exactly that. It moves it to the CDD, so it's open to everybody, not just a specific organization. Just to make that.
Alder Wahilahi.
Yeah, I was going to make the same correction that this is for all schools in Madison, not just East High School.
That's correct. Alder Miadze, did you wish to speak for the second time?
Yes, Madam Mayor. What I wanted to say is that, yes, this is for the entire city. What has been approved by the Finance Committee. I'm just saying that since it was for 10,000 for mostly east and out of Warner Park, since now that it's throughout the whole city, I'm just saying that to increase it to more money. So I'm just proposing one last time 15,000 for the whole city.
Is that a motion, Alder?
Yes.
So Alder Miadze moves an additional 5,000 off of the levy to be added to this amendment. Is there a second? Alder Wahilahi will second. On the question of additional funding, Alder Rummel?
I don't know if this is in order, Mayor, but could we place that on file till the end of the meeting and see where we're at? And if there's money left, because various things get voted on in certain ways, no guarantee at this point, that we could come back?
Alder, placing something on file means that the council is rejecting it?
Put it on the table, Mayor, I thought. That's what I meant.
So you could put it on the table if you wish to make that motion. That's in order.
I would put it on the table.
Alder Rummel will move to put it on the table. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to put the entire amendment?
The additional...
We can't pass the underlying amendment and then come back and add additional funds. You'd have to have a separate amendment.
That's my intent. Thank you for
Can I
getting
just
me there.
suggest, we're in a little bit of a thicket here, folks. Can I just suggest that we dispense with the question of moving the funding from parks to CDD? That is the question that's before us right now. If anyone would like to, if there should be money available at some future state, do something else with that money, you all have the ability to make a floor amendment. But the question before us is moving the funds from parks to CDD. And I think it would probably be more effective for us to dispense with that question and then revisit the question of funds, should any be available at the end of the night. So do you wish to continue to move to place on the table? Alder Latimer Burris, excuse me, I've just asked Alder Rummel a question. I will come to you for a point of information, which is not a question for other alders.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that since the transfer from agencies has a $0 value, that putting it on the table at the end will either we approve it as if there's no money as proposed, or we look to see if there's money left over and then add the additional funds. So I think it could go either way. I don't think it's necessarily more effective one way or the other. And
I don't think it's more effective one way or the other, Alder. I think it's clearer for your colleagues. I think it's clearer for your colleagues what's going on.
well, clarity is good.
So do you wish to proceed with your
I will
motion?
withdraw placing it on the table, but just keep it in mind.
Thank you. So Alder Miadze, we're back to your motion for additional funds. Would you be willing to withdraw so we can move the money to CDD and then revisit the question of additional funds at the end of the night?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there objection? Seeing none, Alder Latimer Burris, did you have a point of information?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't get lost in the details. So it sounds like you answered our question. I wanted to make sure that we didn't vote on something, then later we couldn't do something because we voted on something. I know that you can always kill and support stuff right in this little book here, as Attorney Haas knows. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, the question before us is the original Amendment 5, which transfers funding from Parks to CDD. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that vote will be recorded and the funds will be moved. All right. That will take us to Amendment 6, which is in direct appropriations. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption of substitute amendment number 6.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to adopt the substitute on Amendment 6. Alder Verveer, would you clarify the substitute, please, for anybody who doesn't have it in front of them?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And the substitute amendment was electronically distributed to all alders, the mayor and clerk, a few hours ago, late afternoon. What the amendment does is it renews our membership next year in the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, which is similar to an amendment that failed at the Finance Committee level last month. What's different about the substitute is that rather than taking the remaining required funds for our membership dues for 2024 from the remaining levy capacity, it instead takes that additional amount of money from the Office of the Common Council Consulting Services line item. Should I continue with discussion? Or?
Yes, if you wish to speak to the amendment.
Thank you very much. So first, let me state I can obviously do the arithmetic and don't want to belabor the point. I greatly appreciate the significant number of colleagues that are co-sponsoring this amendment. And obviously, there's a majority of the council here. But with that said, as I did say at the Finance Committee meeting, I do think it would be an awful shame if in the 125-year history of the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, Madison, which was the founding city, withdrew our membership. I believe we would be the only city or one of the few cities in the state that was not a member of the league if that were to happen. I absolutely agree with the frustration of some in City Hall at the unfortunately, I'll say, anemic support of the league in our recent struggle with the state biennial budget and specifically state shared revenue and the updated formula, and how we all know we were treated singularly worse than any other county, town, city, or village in the state in that regard based on our population. And that's undenying reality. I also have, come to learn that we are not satisfied with the overall services that the league's legislative team has provided us of late. Let me also say that we do have the attention of the league. I believe that the league staff and board now is fully cognizant of how concerned several of us are in city government. The executive operating budget made that crystal clear, that point, if it hadn't been driven home earlier. In addition, I think we are all aware that one of our own, Alder Wahaley, is a distinguished member of the league board of directors. And with that said, the reason why Alder Wahaley is not a sponsor of this amendment is because, out of abundance of caution, she has chosen to recuse herself from consideration of this to avoid appearance of conflict. So, again, obviously, I appreciate the large number of sponsors here. I don't want to take the time to belabor this, except to say that I do think that we have gotten the league's attention. I hope and pray that they will provide us a higher quality level of service, particularly in the legislative services area and representation at the state legislature in the future. But I want to, as I said at the Finance Committee deliberations, I want to think more broadly, and I certainly think broadly as a longtime member of this august body, that I have found the League's information to me as a member of this body to be very helpful. I find the League's research and materials to be very interesting, especially their area, in the area of legal services. I would say that from my experience, not that I've ever been a member of the Office of City Attorney, certainly, but that the City Attorney's Office, during my long tenure here, has been by far the city agency that has received the most value in our League membership directly through the regular conversations, gatherings of municipal attorneys in the state, the research done by the legal department staff at the League, the fact that they have routinely historically provided amicus curiae briefs for us and other municipalities at the state Supreme Court, and the fact that, frankly, our assistant city attorneys have come to depend on the continuing legal education offerings provided by the League year after year after year for their required continuing legal education. So all of that, again, I think, yields my decision to be the lead on this amendment, and again, support the widespread support amongst my colleagues, and do believe that we now have the League's clear attention in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 6? Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Because it says the Common Council consulting budget would be reduced by the same amount. So I just want to understand how the Common Council consulting budget normally is used and how it might impact them by having that removed.
Erin?
Hi, yes. So the council put in $25,000 for Alder training and mediation into the 2023 budget. So, and it's ongoing. So this would reduce that portion of the budget by the $38.50 for the League for 2024.
One more question. On average, what's normally left in Alder's accounts? Like, is there a minimum, not necessarily a minimum number, but overall, is there like a number on average that's left over in our budgets at the end of the year that we might have not spent in general?
For the Alder expense accounts?
Yeah.
Okay, that being a different.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I don't know if the budget folks can pull that up real quickly. I don't have that number. We do tend to have something left over. It varies. I can look and see if I've got something in my inbox. Liz and I had been looking at this a few weeks ago, but she's not available, and I'm not sure if the budget folks are able to pull up our last 5 years of actuals in that regard on the spot. But we do tend to
We're
have.
assigned from the budget folks to see if there's a number forthcoming.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, I have $1,000, for example, somewhere around there.
We do tend to have a surplus in the Alder expense accounts.
Well, Christine?
We're looking into that right now, and we'll have an answer for you in a minute. I do think that's historically underspent, but we'll get you an exact amount.
Thank you. Alder Madison, if you...
Yeah, so, and I'm confident this is probably not the appropriate place, but again, I'll wait for a discussion because I think that's a more appropriate place.
Thank you, Alder. A plethora of questions. Alder Martinez-Rutherford?
Yeah, I know that there was, I'm just kind of curious about this. I'm not sure who has the answer, but I know that there was conversation around the services that the consulting that we've freely given them and the potential for making that, monetizing that to potentially defray some of this cost. Has that been discussed further or with them?
Not to my knowledge, Alder.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to, I'm not going to unmute you on Zoom, Christine. Let's see if I can find you.
I'm going to raise my hand from here.
There you go.
So from 2017 to 2022, all their expense accounts have had anywhere between 21,000 and 32,000 available. And in that time period, there was only 1 year where more than 50% of the budget was expended.
Thank you. Alder Bennett?
An alternate motion when appropriate.
Well, we have no other questions, but I believe Alder Madison would like to speak to it. So Alder Bennett, I'll come to you in a minute. Alder Madison, discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So just seeing how much we end up having in our Alder expense accounts, I still just believe that the better way to do this is for us to just split it across 20 accounts. That's $191.21 per Alder in order to continue to be a part of this. Because it seems like we're not always spending our account at the end of the year. Plus, I believe our colleagues mentioned a little bit about telling us about, the benefits of the membership. But I don't think there's been a presentation from what's been experienced at the last event or conference. I'm not sure what was it called. And I don't think I've had any reach out directly from this organization either, because now folks are saying that they're on board, they get the message, but I have not had anyone reach out to me to say, hey, we get the message now, this is what we do, what we intend to do to improve on our membership. So again, I don't want to see Common Council office have their budget cut down. I feel like if we're the ones to benefit from the service, then we should pay for the cost.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Oh, great, thanks. Sorry, just for, I think, simplicity's sake and of avoiding the council budget issue, I'd like to move to, please help me, correct me, right? I'd like to move the first version of this amendment, which took the monies from the levy limit.
All right, so Alder Bennett will move the original Amendment 6. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. So what's before us now is the original Amendment 6, which takes the balance of the funds for the membership from the levy and restores the rest of the funds to the appropriate line for the membership. I'm sorry, Alder Bennett, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah. I just to the motion about using additional levy funds. I think that in good faith, the alternate was proposed unknowing of like how the first conversation would go and about the DCR position, and now that that's kind of settled, I think that the original version of this does best to avoid taking money out of our council budget, which albeit I didn't know we had that money for consulting, or not consulting, for conferences and learning opportunities, and I certainly would like to use it the next budget or the next year, knowing that it's there now. And just speaking more generally about the league amendment, I'm certainly all for holding the league accountable. I would hope that at the next or at future CCEC meetings, myself and my colleagues that attended the conference can report out about our experience there. I will say I do understand and see how there certainly are flaws in the league, particularly in serving the needs of Madison. When we talk about equity, I was thoroughly disappointed that it seems as though Madison and Milwaukee was making up the entire Black population that was at the League conference, and that equity and inclusion should become a League priority, as well as openness to transformative policy and pushing the boundaries of what is most palatable to the Republicans, and use their position of privilege better. That said, I did find a lot of value in being able to connect with different people across cities in Wisconsin, and I think that the mayor did an excellent job at grabbing the League's attention, and I am all there with holding their attention and making sure that they do what we want them to do.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So what's before us is the original Amendment 6. I think just for clarity's sake, well, let me try. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the original Amendment 6? Alder Knox will object. We'll have a roll call. So all those in favor of the original Amendment 6, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called. And the clerk will please call the roll.
All right. Rummel. No. Rummel, no. Slack. Tischler. Verveer. Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Vitiver, no. Wahelia. Abstain. Okay. Bennett. Bennett, aye. Conklin. No. Conklin, no. Curry. No. Curry, no. Duncan. Aye. Duncan, aye. Evers. Aye. Evers, aye. Field. Aye. Field, aye. Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole, no. Govindarajan. No. Govindarajan, no. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, no. Knox. No. Knox, no. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris, aye. Madison. Madison, no. Martinez Rutherford. No. Martinez Rutherford, no. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Slack. Okay. Tischler. Aye. Tischler, aye. Wahelia?
We'll
Right.
just, right, well, Wahelia is not abstaining, she's recusing herself.
Recused,
from the
thank
vote.
you. All right. Wahelia recused. Slack. Slack, no. I believe 6 aye.
I had 7.
12 no. Okay. For aye, I've got Verveer, Tischler, Latimer Burris, Field, Evers, Duncan, Bennett. That is 7. I apologize. 1, 2, 3. 7 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 12 no.
With 12 noes, that motion fails. We're back to the substitute motion, which again is to restore the funding for the League membership and to take the funds from a line in the council office budget. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the substitute, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will first please note that Alder Wahelia is recusing herself, and then call the roll.
Excellent, thank you. Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Slack. Slack, aye. Tischler. Tischler, aye. Verveer.
Aye.
Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Vitiver, aye. Wahelia is recused. Bennett. Bennett, aye. Conklin.
No.
Conklin, no. Curry. Curry, aye. Duncan. Duncan, aye. Evers. Evers, aye. Field. Field, aye. Figueroa Cole.
No.
Figueroa Cole, no. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, aye. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, aye. Knox. Knox, aye. Latimer Burris. Ladner Burris, aye. Madison? Madison, no. Martinez Rutherford? Martinez Rutherford, no. And Miazzi?
Aye.
Miazzi, aye. 4, no. 15, aye.
With 15 ayes, the substitute passes, and that will take us to amendment number 7. Alder Knox?
Move for adoption.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Knox, did you wish to speak to it?
Well, I think it's self-explanatory. Basically, the terrace is needing to upgrade their management software. And they also believe that they'll generate enough revenues to cover it within their budget. So we just want to add it to their service budget line.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Is there discussion? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wish to explain to my colleagues the timing of this amendment, and it's simply because Monona Terrace staff did not know the true costs and the need for the contract when we were earlier deliberating the operating budget at the Finance Committee. So this only came to our attention in the last couple of weeks, and a sister resolution was introduced at the last council meeting and will be before the next Finance Committee meeting in terms of approving the actual contract. And as Alder Knox says, it's obviously revenue neutral. Monona Terrace staff and Jeff Boyd is with us, I see on the screen, can confirm that we are very optimistic that the increased cost will be covered by facility rental revenue next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion, additional discussion? Seeing none. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, I'll record that vote. Brings us to item 8, which regards youth and family parks programming. There's insufficient funding on the levy to support this amendment at this point in time. So the only motions in order would be to place on the table or to place on file. Alder Miadze, you're the lead sponsor.
Place on table, please.
The motion is to place on the table. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to table. Is there any objection to placing this item on the table? Seeing no objection, the item is on the table. Will take us to item number 9. And, sorry, just a minute here. I don't want to get the papers out of order. Amendment 9 is in the Police Department. Alder Tischler, a motion?
Yes, move to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Tischler, do you wish to speak to it?
Sure. It's grant funds for the police department to provide traffic safety and enforcement, focusing on the area of pedestrian and bike.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions, it's moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 9. For item 10, President Curry, a motion to either place on the table or place on file?
Place on file.
The motion is...
Place on file, sorry.
The motion is to place on file. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to place on file. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of placing on file? Seeing none, that item is placed on file. Item 11 is also regarding traffic engineering. Alder Rummel.
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder Rummel, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. This This amendment uses in the budget in the PIO position, along with consulting services from the mayor's budget, and removes the PIO position, then allows that money to be transferred to the new position for the TE for a field electrician. This amendment would leave in funds that were in the budget book for supplies or purchase services, and for $75,000. So it would remove the salaries but leave the purchase services. And the reason I am proposing this is I thought a lot about the PIO and heard a lot of really good conversations about how we have an uneven system. Not every agency has a PIO. We should do a better job, especially with what we're facing with, looming budget concerns next year, that, the role of this position. But I'm really not convinced that this position is the best way to create this. I've ended up having a conversation with Sarah Edgerton, and I don't mean to put her on the spot in any way, but we were talking about the 311 customer management relations system that is in process of being studied. We're working on a plan for the consultant. And when I researched some of the materials that she says the council has seen, including this a feasibility study phase 2, it mentioned that how to structure a 311 could be through a public information office / communication agency. And when I think about what we need, I think that's the way forward. So, and that's scheduled to be discussed and potentially implemented in 2025. Meanwhile, back to our budget, we have a new position scheduled for transportation, and there are some openings. It seems like we could use some of this funds to, rework some of those positions in the short term. But I would propose that instead having a PIO, that we focus on what more than one person spoke to during the last item about the civil rights person, about how every day or every week we hear from our constituents about safety. And for me, it's true. I mean, now I'm getting pictures of the new stop signs on the bike path. Thank you, Transportation Commission members. And that was through our Safe Streets Madison program. And there are so many pent-up demands. If you look at that list, very few of them every year get activated. But one of the other reasons it's slow to be implemented is we don't have the resources on the ground to set up these, I don't know how to say their names, but the rapid flasher beacons and all the technology that we have for bikes and pedestrians that at least make you feel you have a chance to cross the street without, having it being impaired. So I'm sure people will have lots of questions, and I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 11? Alder Bennett, questions?
I have a question for the mayor. Is that okay? Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Well, it seems like there's been a lot of confusion, misinformation, and dare I say conjecture about what the PIO position is supposed to do or wants to do. So just asking you a very general question, why do we need this position? And what is the expectations of this new person?
Thank you, Alder. Is there objection to me answering from the chair? Thanks. I would refer you first and foremost to the memo and job description that we sent to the council, because there's really no clearer answer than the job description that would literally be used to hire the person. But in terms of the intent, some of you who have been around long enough will recall that former Mayor Soglin actually asked for a citywide PIO position. I think it was in 2018. Alder Verveer may correct me. And the council at that time declined to put it in the mayor's office, put a position into the IT department When I came into office, the IT director said, we do not want a communications position in our department. And so subsequently, I requested the council at that time to move the position back into my office so we could have a citywide PIO position. That council declined to do that, and the position went away. And there it sat for some years, despite various alders over the years encouraging me to come back and ask again for a citywide PIO position, particularly during the pandemic. I think all of us felt like we did a decent but not great job of communicating with the community about any number of things. But I was content to not fight the fight again until the neighborhood resource teams, who usually in any given operating budget and capital budget will ask for multiple items to be funded in the executive budgets. This year, they had one request across both budgets, and that was a citywide PIO. And so based on their request and recommendation and rationale, I put it into my executive budget. And I don't want to speak for the neighborhood resource teams. You have the letter from them requesting the position. But I think you can summarize it by saying that pre-pandemic, and certainly during pandemic and post-pandemic, it became clear that we do not have sufficient resources and staffing to reach out to our most historically marginalized communities. And that there are any number of folks across the city for whom the best way to reach them is not putting out a press release, or even, with all due respect to our friends in the media, getting media coverage. But rather, just for example, one of the things that we discovered in the pandemic, and we probably should have known previously, was that the most effective way to get public health information to the Hmong community was to have a Hmong speaker make videos. And we were able to do that in the course of the pandemic because public health had funds from the federal government to hire people to do that kind of thing. Those funds, of course, are no longer with us. And it is not just public health that needs to reach out to our varied communities, and particularly those who speak multiple languages or whose first language is not English. So I think there was a number of things that we learned during the pandemic about how to better reach out to various communities. I don't want to put any alders on the spot, but at least one alder has repeatedly asked me how we communicate with students on campus. I think the answer is not particularly effectively. And in part, that's because it's nobody's job. We try and make communications multiple people's jobs, but it's hard when there's not somebody whose job it is to really do this work and make sure that we are thinking well about where people get their information and how we as a city can deliver it to them in those places. So for me, that's the primary reason that I believe we need this position. You'll see in the job description, there are other things anticipated, certainly to work with the council office, to be in the event of a crisis, the single voice for the city. We often, when we stand up, for example, an emergency operations center, we do need a PIO to be responsible for communications in that situation. And we've seen that in the past, and I'm sure we will see it again in the future. So that's part of what's anticipated here. Issues around language access are also anticipated, to work closely with DCR to make sure that we are improving and implementing our language access plan, and working with across the city with the few agencies that do have some communications capacity in the person of a PIO or a partial PIO, if you will, to work with those folks to better improve our practices around communications, around social media, et cetera. So it's a hefty job description. It's a lot for one person to do. We probably do actually need a full communications office, and I'd certainly be open to moving to that in the future. But as I've discovered in the past, to create a full new office is actually quite expensive. And so you start with a position and you work towards having a full office over time. So That's my intent. But again, it really does come back to the fact that this was the sole request from the neighborhood resource teams, and I wanted to honor that.
Makes sense. Thank you. I really appreciate your answer. That was so thorough. And I'm sorry to put you on the hot spot. I think there's also concerns about like whether this is the best way we can get to that communications department, as you alluded to towards the end of your questions. And I too have kind of questioned about like we have several other PIOs. Why can't they do the job that this position is described to do? And maybe we should have a general realignment of our PIOs. Would this position be able to help with that realignment? And like how would or what would you envision for that?
Thank you, Alder. I think the short answer is yes. I would hope that this position could help us think about the structure of communications across the city. And there's always a fundamental question of whether you locate a function like sustainability, for example, like data analytics, for example, into one office or team, or spread it out across multiple agencies. That's sort of a philosophical question that we could debate in the future, but I think what we have now is sort of an artifact of which agencies have felt like a PIO position was critical for their function, and were able to, at some point in time, convince this body to fund that. I don't think there's much rhyme or reason to it. There's a number of PIO positions that the communications is only a portion of their responsibilities. It'd be hard to detangle that. I think you'd have to detangle that if you wanted to move into a centralized agency. And of course, we're talking about people's jobs. And so I think we want to be very careful in talking about that. But I do think that having a person whose job it is citywide to think about communications certainly could help us think about what a department might look like, or what a dispersed capacity might look like, and where that capacity could best be utilized in the city. At the moment, the majority of our agencies do not have any communications capacity at all, which is frankly part of why I feel like we do need a citywide person first, so they can start to work with those agencies and to build up their communications capacity and to assess needs. So I do think that that is something that a PIO could do, a citywide PIO could do going forward.
I see. And I have one last question, I promise. Thank you so much for bearing with me too. My last question is, I think that there may be some worry that since this position will be housed in your department, it may discourage opportunities for alders to influence and that PIO's priorities, shall I say. So what do you perceive as collaboration with both the mayor's office and the council office and common council members with a new PIO position?
Thank you for the question, Alder. I think, let me start by answering it sort of obliquely. I referred to the costs of setting up a sort of new agency, right? So we happen to have gone through this with a independent monitor recently, and you all are aware of the budget there. But a new agency has to have, and our HR director could probably answer this question better than I can, but it has to have a budget contact, and it has to have a DCR, an equity lead. It has to have somebody who thinks about payroll. It has to have, there's a number of functions that are implied in a new agency, which if you had only one person in that agency, all of their time would be taken up doing that, and there wouldn't be much left for their actual work. So it makes sense if you're only hiring one person to hire them into an existing department. So then the question becomes, where do you place that person if you want that person to really work citywide? And, I think there's not a whole lot of answers absent my office. So it's not that I feel like this is not a position for me. This is a position for the city. I think it sits in my office in the same way that the sustainability team sits in my office but serves the entire city and is accountable to this body. I would imagine that this position would have to work very closely with the council office and with your staff. And in fact, I hope that this position would help alders in your work, particularly your work to communicate with your constituents, by supporting that communication and giving you more tools and more and better information about work that's going on around the city, both for your own knowledge, but also then to pass on to your constituents. So I would see it as a very collaborative thing. It is a civil service position, and so the hiring would go through the normal civil service process, and not be, it's not a political appointee. So it wouldn't be my staff person, it would be a city staff person.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. We're still in questions. Alder Vitever?
Yeah, so I had questions for Director Davis and Director O'Keefe, and it's the same question for both of you, but just if you could just describe what having a citywide PIO would mean for your divisions or departments. Sorry.
We'll go to Director Davis first.
Sure, thank you. I think anyone that's talked to me over the years has heard me talk about the need that our department really has to create and share the narrative about the work that we do. You heard my comment earlier about how often we hear from members of the public surprised that there is a Department of Civil Rights. I think this position would be absolutely critical to helping members of the public know that there is a trusted source for civil rights that they can come to, and not only for complaints of harassment and discrimination or even the educational component, but also understanding the different programs that we offer to help individuals in the community thrive, whether they be business owners, whether they're seeking employment, or even language access services or accessibility needs. So this is something that I've really desired for a long time, and I think that this position, positioned within the mayor's office, would allow us to have that communication not only externally but also internally. I think that internal narrative is just as important, and something that I look forward to working with this position to help us communicate better with alders and other colleagues in the city.
And Director O'Keefe?
Well, so we too have a lot of interaction with our communities, with our neighborhoods. We are very often in a position of either making resources available or seeking input and engagement from members of the community. So to have somebody that is whose work is dedicated to making those connections and contacts and helping us get the word out about what we do would be tremendously valuable. We've gotten a little taste of it when the Department of Planning, Community and Economic Development did have a public information officer for a bit of time, and we're just beginning to get into that rhythm of drawing on that resource to help us get the word out about what we do and what we're thinking, and again, seeking input from within the community. So those are, I think, some of the values that position would bring to our work. We're not, we're doers. We're not marketers. We don't have the time. We don't have the bandwidth to talk so much about what we're doing or how we're doing it. And so this would add that dimension to the work we do.
Thank you. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yeah, Mayor. You mentioned that former your predecessor Paul Soglin asked for a PIO and didn't get it. I'm just wondering how many deputy mayors did he have, and how many do you currently have?
There's been no change in the number of deputy mayors between administrations.
All the same?
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I'm just going to follow up right on Charles's answer or question. If it's not deputy mayors, has the amount of people in the office increased at all?
We moved the sustainability function from engineering to the mayor's office, so the overall staffing hasn't increased, but we switched which agency the function was in. We also moved 2 positions out of my office when I came in last term. One went to civil rights and one went to economic development.
Okay, and so I just want to ask for clarifications now. I spent 10 years as a publicist doing authors and all sorts of stuff, including doing the red carpet in Los Angeles. And my understanding of a PIO, it's the same thing as a publicist or PR person, right?
No, not at all. A public information officer, and I would refer you again to the job description that you should have received several weeks ago. A public information officer, I think, would be more akin to a communications director. They're not a press person. They are someone who would take on all functions of communication. And in this case, I think the job description is quite clear what their priorities would be, certainly around equity and language access, working with the council, but also functioning as the point of contact in the case of a crisis. But again, I would refer you to the job description.
Yeah, I read the job description and I went over it a couple of times and I compared it against the job description that I would have as a publicist, and it's just I think the government calls it a public information officer. So I wanted to ask, who handles the PR crisis now?
Depends
as far as in your office.
Well, nobody handles PR crises, Alder, but actual crises depends on what agency is involved.
Okay, so who does crisis management? Okay, let me break it down. Who does crisis management when it's dealing with communicating with the press? So something happens, we have a disaster. Who besides the mayor does crisis management communication?
Again, Alder, it depends on the nature of the crisis. At this point in time, it is nobody's job, and that's why we need this position.
Okay, and in the previous administration, I was familiar with the fact that Katie did the communications management. She had a depth of experience in journalism. Is anybody in your office doing that now?
Alder, in terms of putting out press releases, that is a function that's distributed across the deputy mayors depending on the issue. So if it's in their portfolio, it's their responsibility. If there's a need for communications, a press release, a blog, an event, something like that, it's allocated to the deputy in whose portfolio it is. And generally, they are relying on agency staff to support that function.
So for the past 4 years or so, I don't want to put it on Katie, so someone in that position would not be doing the crisis management, the PR, the helping people write the right words for the things that they want to explain, the drafting of, not the physical drafting of a brochure, but coming up with the language the right way. There's nobody right now that does?
No, there's no one person that does all of that work.
Okay. Not all of the work. Does anybody do it in the office? In
Yes,
your
Alder,
office?
as I just said, those responsibilities are distributed across the deputy mayors according to their portfolios, and in general, they are doing some of that themselves, but more often they're relying on agency staff who are not communications professionals to do a number of those types of things.
And then I'm kind of curious, and I actually brought this up with the council office. I was wondering, like, Larissa would be our PIO. As a matter of fact, I think that she's communication specialist or PIO or PR person. And she does a lot of writing for us for our blogs and trying to help us, be out there, because it's going to take everybody to really communicate well with the general public. Was there any thought to maybe promoting her position or someone like her, and then being able to get 2 more assistants, but outside of the executive office because of the difficulties with communications?
I think the cost of that would be substantially larger, so no, but I certainly hope that this position will work very closely with Larissa. That's the intent, as we mentioned in the memo that we sent you.
So you think that promoting her and getting 2 assistants, even if it's like contracting with a firm, with the 100 and something thousand or 97,000 that's spent on the PIO and the 75,000 for an undefined campaign, would be more than her salary plus a couple of assistants, even if they're contracted out? I'm just curious.
But it's hard to know what the cost would be in salary and benefits. I mean, we do have a salary scale. The HR director here is here if you'd like to ask her questions. But I would not, let me put it this way. Historically, mayors have tried not to meddle with the council office budget. It's your budget. And I wouldn't dream of trying to alter one of your staff's positions. I think that would be highly inappropriate. So no, I didn't consider changing Larissa's position. And frankly, I think that you all need her work, and the city needs an additional communications person.
Okay, and then I'm just curious as to 2 questions, and so I'll just ask them and close out, is why now? I know you went through the background of, that it's been proposed, throughout the ages. So why specifically now why now? I'll just leave it at that. And then what's the $75,000 going to for the campaign or a campaign?
So I've already answered the question of why now. It's because the neighborhood resource teams asked for it. Anticipating this very circumstance of knockdown, drag-out fight over it, I was reluctant, but I try and respect what the neighborhood resource teams ask for, and this was the only thing they asked for. And so I felt compelled to put it in the budget. The funding that is identified as potentially for contracting or for supplies is because we do anticipate, as we've already talked about, this position will support agencies across the city who do not currently have PIOs. And they may need resources to do that. They may want to produce written materials. I'll just give you one example. Currently, building inspection is working to do programmed inspections in the Allied Drive neighborhood. One of the things that we want to do to take advantage of the fact that building inspectors are literally going to be knocking on every single door in the neighborhood and talking to people that we don't normally reach and get to talk to. They are going to be taking with them a bag full of information about city programs and agencies. What we've discovered in the process of putting that together is that we don't have great brochures. And we certainly don't have those brochures translated into all of the relevant languages to reach the people who live in that neighborhood. So I would love to see this position put together consider it a welcome kit, right? Hi, we're the city. Here's how we can help you. Here's the programs that are available to you. Here's how you find your nearest library. And then translate all of those into at least 2 languages, if not 3 or 4. And then print all of those things so that we could literally hand them to people. And right now, there's no budget for that. So that's an example of the kind of thing I would imagine these funds could be used for. I think we don't know what this person will discover when they start to do the work, and I want them to have the resources that they will need to do that work. Alder Knox, questions?
Yeah, first of all, Madam Mayor, I just want to say I'm glad to hear that you're including language access in this position. At a recent neighborhood meeting, this became a big issue. And I think you might have met with some of these individuals soon after that neighborhood meeting. So my one question is, so who has the authority or who handles your language access plan for the city now?
So currently, the language access plan is out of the Department of Civil Rights. And I don't want to speak for the director, but I think it'd be fair to say it's under-resourced, and that we have, each agency is supposed to take responsibility for providing language access, translating materials, providing interpreters when necessary. I think our performance has been patchy. And I think, again, when you make it everybody's job, it's sort of nobody's job. Okay. And if you have a person...
A little insightful for me. And I may be wrong, but, and I think you alluded to it, but there used to be a public information officer in your office, and you said one went to DCR and one went to somewhere else?
No, the Office of the Mayor has never had a public information officer. Different mayors have approached the issue of communications differently in their offices. Some of them have assigned it to a particular person. Okay. As you already heard, I've split it out amongst many people. The positions we moved were the Neighborhood Resource Team Coordinator, who went into the Department of Civil Rights and our new Division of Equity and Social Justice. And the other position was the Food Policy Coordinator, who moved over into Economic Development.
Okay, because I was thinking, I know someone who was in the mayor's office, left the mayor's office, I think works with the Neighborhood Resource Team, and I thought that person's position was a public information officer. Was not. Okay, because my question would have been, do they have that expertise to provide that for the NRTs? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they have that training.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I want to ask you the question because in your earlier comments, you mentioned that there were 2 positions that was transferred out of your office, and one was the NRTs. Okay, could you say more about why that position was transferred from NRT and placed into Department of Civil Rights?
Alder, I think we're straying a little far from the question, well, no, but I'd be happy to answer it. But I will also remind you that this body approved that transfer.
Right. So maybe this is better fit in the discussion then, because I want to specifically look at the duties of the NRTs because they're the ones that requested the PIOs in the beginning. So maybe I should hold it until we
Alder, I'm happy to amplify why we made the move. You'll recall some years ago, and Director Davis may remember the exact year, we created a division of equity and social justice within the Department of Civil Rights. It's a brand new division. It's only existed for a couple of years. And in order to staff that division, we moved a position from my office, the Neighborhood Resource Team Coordinator, put that function into this new division. We hired a new director for that division. Christy Kumar is the director. We put, and Director Davis might have to correct me here, we put the disability rights position into that division. And now we have the community connectors position three positions in that division. So it was really trying to unify and strengthen that work of equity and social justice, and to put it under the Department of Civil Rights without adding a lot of new positions. Now, over the years, we've added a few more. But again, that move and the subsequent positions were all approved by this council.
Okay, and I'll come back and connect why I asked that during the discussions.
Yep. Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa-Cole.
Yes. I have a question for Mr. Knepp back here. So as someone that has sit on the Board of Parks for 2 years plus and has seen how your marketing person manages the parks information across the city, could you please share with us what does it look like to have a good, what is this PIO person in your staff? And on the same side, maybe you can also maybe share whichever way you prefer, like what would it look like not having it versus all the work that she does and how that benefits the community?
Well, I certainly don't want to contemplate not having it at the moment. I'll get to that part second. I think that sounds very scary and arduously terrifying in many ways. But no, I mean a PIO for our offices or for the division is huge. But I mean, I think I would start with just that communications, the channels, the number of channels being covered, or we try to cover, is intense. And when you add in the language access component, is almost overwhelming just for parks. And we have a lot, and that sounds, but I recognize how big the city is. For parks alone, we have so many channels. Like, people really care about dogs. I don't know if you know that. But they really do. And so we really try to give accurate information on our website in multiple languages, try to have stuff on Facebook. I don't even know the other things, like the Instagrams and stuff like that. But there's so many channels, so much language, and it's a lot. And then I just want to cover, when you ask what it's like to have a good one, it's really helpful to, like, where I felt super fortunate is early COVID. The early days of that were really challenging for everybody. And it was super hard for us to get out consistent messaging in evolving situations. But by having a PIO, we were able to do that. I think in a much more consistent, like I remember the big white circles and explain what those meant in James Madison Park. But I mean, that you have to communicate that. You just don't go paint the circles and just hope people deduce it. But it's a really impactful position. It's also really impactful internal communications, where I would tell you, just to, I guess, I don't know, the city, the central PIO, where there is some challenges is coordination between PIOs, and they're all wonderful people. I know many of them, but the coordination between them can be a challenge. In the middle of the flooding, it was really challenging, trying to pivot between the PIOs who were responsible. Those are some of my experiences, and the ever-evolving need for the language access across the seemingly infinite change, whatever Twitter's called today, like, it's a lot. And we try to internally even have our staff produce material, and that's a lot. And Ann, our PIO, is given a lot of authority with my name on it to staff, and it's still challenging to get all this information that's really complex from technical experts, try to get it into a piece of information that's digestible, and then get it out on multiple channels in multiple languages. It's a lot, and it's really nice to have. And I think it's beyond nice to have. It's, if you want to be able to communicate with people who you don't normally communicate with, you have to have it. right? Because it's not a press release world anymore.
Can I have a follow-up question? So one reason, when you talk about internal communication and collaboration among agencies, can you touch very quickly on the experiment pilot, what do you want to call it, of Parks Alive last year, and what that became, and what was the impact of that position on that program?
Okay, so the impact of our PIO on the Parks Alive program, or the having a Parks Alive coordinator?
The Parks Alive coordination between NRTs and parks, and getting the communication out and promoting it and all the stuff.
Yeah, and certainly the number of events went substantially up, even with the cancellations, because of weather and the heat. If folks remember, it was kind of a difficult summer there for a bit, the air. But the coordinator had a huge part to do with it, but the success of that is also a lot about the communication. And the communication, I thought, was, there's room to grow. We were still downloading that, but it was super helpful to be able to allocate some of our PIO's time with Deborah, who is our coordinator's time, to really think about how to get the message out and try to get feedback loops of how people want to receive that messaging, because it was different than I would have anticipated. But I'm going to be the press this time. I'm going to say it the wrong way, but I read classic media a lot, so I'm on the general mainstream press is where I get a lot of information. Not everyone does, and so we found a lot of that out in Parks Alive. Honestly, it was like kind of shocking where people are getting their information about that event.
Yep, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So we haven't yet heard about the TE position, and hopefully we'll get to that. But if this would pass, how would you treat the transportation PIO that this budget theoretically is approving? Could you then look at splitting their duties, helping have an interim job with this in the mayor's office? What would you consider as options?
No, Alder, I would not consider splitting their duties. That position is a transportation PIO. That's what this body has approved, and I think it would be inappropriate for me to try and transfer a position without explicit approval from the council. So I would consider that their job was transportation, just like we have a PIO whose job is fire, and a PIO whose job is police, and a PIO whose job is engineering, and they don't do citywide work. They do work for their agencies. And that's what the transportation PIO would do.
And I don't mean to sort of beat this, because I think we're all acknowledging everyone's in their silo. And obviously, I don't know about all alders. Like, I could tell you 2 of the PIOs that right from the top of my head, and none of the others. Especially that Joel Despain has retired from the police department. I would have had 3. But I know, obviously, Ann Shea in Parks, and I know Hannah, whose name doesn't roll off easily, in engineering. But I don't know anybody else, and I don't know who they are. So I don't, they're so uneven. I understand they meet, but they might share information, but I don't really see any collaboration. It just seems like layering a new position without changing the whole structure, as Alder Bennett mentioned, how would you realign the PIOs? I think that's a real fundamental thing here, that eventually it's not a working system for us. And that's kind of one reason I thought, well, we could take that position and apply it to something that we know we need and we know how it will work. So, and I guess if it were a question here, at Finance, I did some research and said that we spent $900,000 on PIOs, and you question that, but according to Finance, we would be spending almost $1 million on PIO salaries if this all moves forward, given what's in the budget, and if this position were to move forward. So are we using our funds best when we're next year going to tell people how we're having service reductions? I mean, how are we going to move forward next year with all the things we're facing?
Well, Alder, that's an existential question that I'm not sure I can answer for you, but I do think that I mean, as you and I have discussed, I do think that our approach and structure of communications across the city could be better. But again, I come back to the issue of if it's nobody's job, it doesn't get done. And so one of the things that I would hope that this position would do would be to make a citywide communications plan to look at the resources we have and to help us firstly use them more effectively, and secondly, think about what the ideal future state is. Again, I want to emphasize these are people's jobs that we're talking about. And so I don't want to be cavalier about saying, oh, well, we'll just move people from one agency to another or into a communications department. I think that would be inappropriate. But I do think that we could talk about what a future structure and org chart should look like. And over time, should this body agree, move towards that. But absent somebody doing the work to figure that out and to create that desired future state, it won't happen. We'll continue to muddle along with what we have, which is entirely historically based on which agency was able to convince this body and former mayors that they needed communications capacity. I don't know if you recall, but Alder Verveer is in the back of the room, but he probably would recall, I feel like we had a knockdown, drag-out fight when I was on the council about the streets PIO position, and whether that person should be full-time or part-time. And we ended up combining it with recycling coordinator, cutting that person's budget pretty substantially. So it's, I mean, all this is just historical artifact. I would argue that streets probably needs a full-time PIO position, but that's not where we're at, right? So we start where we are, we build on that, and we try and move ourselves into the desired future state, but we can't move there if we don't know what that desired future state is.
Mayor, just to change the subject, is our TE staff director, Yang Tao, on the call? And if he is, can I ask him a question?
You absolutely can ask him a question, and he is here.
So Yang, I want to start with saying I know this isn't the position you want to be competing for this, and so I acknowledge and respect that. But if we were to pass this position, what do you see it could accomplish, given like all the calls we all get? Like what would that look like?
So thank you for the question, Alder. And I definitely see the real needs for both positions. But for traffic engineering's field electrician position, I think our situations is that city has been growing and we've been providing higher level service that our residents have been demanding. So we're trying to meet. We have seen significant challenges from our staffing level, especially on free electricians. So if the resolution, if the amendment passes, it will definitely help in that regard. It will help us to cut some of the backlogs we have, and will help us to get some of the waiting RFPs built more quickly. Will cut down our time in delay of fixing these devices, especially for the future, because we are anticipating this keep growing. But as I listen to the great discussions happening at the council, I really don't envy your position. So I know it's you already made a lot of difficult decisions. I think this one is probably the even more difficult. I really appreciate the support from many others for traffic engineering position. I appreciate Alder Ramos' good question. But I think if this got approved, it also actually have some impact on us negatively as well. Here, I want to answer, kind of questions brought by some of the others as well. like, transportation will have a PIO, whether traffic engineering actually will be benefiting from, this PIO position. The answer is actually, yes, we're going to benefit from the citywide PIO position as well, as we have 25% share of the transportation PIO position. But historically, at least in the last a few years, we use that person, I'll say, more than 25%. With all the new initiatives going on, that's led by traffic engineering, but collaborating with everyone, such as Vision Zero, Complete Green Streets, lots of projects going on. So we have been, we definitely need still need more support on that. Just as a today example, that we're working on, getting the things set up, the price release out for an event on Thursday, for a traffic safety event, which you're probably going to. We're trying to get things out, tomorrow for the media, and we're really struggling with the resource we have, on the PIO side, and I think the citywide PIO will help us greatly on that, on our safety initiatives. And also one thing I really like, from the NRT's request has on the equity focus. That's another priority of the work plan for traffic engineering, in recent years, improving the equity of TE programs. So I definitely, looking forward to get some help from the citywide PIO as well. So it definitely, I think that, the impact of the amendment being approved will be mixed. It help with some components. I can see we'll also lose some potential help from a citywide PIO position. And you also heard a lot from my colleagues from DCR, community development, from parks, on the importance of the PIO position. So maybe, to make a decision easier for some of you are considering or debating, I think our staff will, probably understand, either way you make decision, and we can, looking for, other opportunity in the future. But I really appreciate everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll yield the floor. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Slack, questions?
Yes, Mayor, I'm just curious, so have the existing PIOs come together to bring their own expertise and input into possible ways of coming up with a new structure or new ideas for how to be more collaborative or efficient? I'd be curious to know what came out of that discussion, if they were brought together.
Yeah, actually, the PIOs meet regularly, and I meant to, correct whoever said this earlier. They do collaborate. Could they collaborate more effectively? Possibly. Could we collectively do a better job of just, for example, coordinating our social media? I think absolutely. Do they individually think about these larger questions, like just, for example, reaching students? No, not really. So again, I think it's a question of each of their jobs is to do the work for their individual agencies. And there's nobody who's thinking about the larger city picture. But yes, they meet regularly.
I would think, though, they could think about the larger city picture. I mean, usually people are really excited about coming together around innovation.
Well,
and I would just, before I
would think, Alder. You would think.
Really? Okay. So they can't do that?
I'm not saying anything about their capacity, but I will say that during the pandemic, we did try and tap all of the PIOs to take that citywide view and focus mostly on COVID, and that was very difficult and not entirely successful. Alder Knox, questions, additional questions?
Mine is for engineering staff.
Yes,
still
another
on?
question for Director Tao?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So what I think I heard you say is you can benefit in either scenario, correct? Is that pretty much what you shared? That's what I heard. Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, we can benefit from each scenario.
Yeah.
We're going to do smart meter scenario as well. So,
all right. Yeah.
I definitely hope we will not, these two companies will not compete each other, but you got it.
So one thing I'm familiar with, maybe it's almost a couple of years now, but I attended a event that your department coordinated on naming a street after a significant person in the South Madison community. I was really impressed with the number of people that responded. And I know that had to have been I'm just going to say, I know it wasn't an easy thing to, to get to that point where we enjoyed that celebration. And I'm also aware that there probably are other requests out there in the queue. And I think, Madam Mayor, from what I heard, we're waiting for some committee to finish some policies or something so we can move forward. That's what I heard about naming streets.
Oh, yes,
after,
yes, we're very
right.
close.
Is
We're
that
very close,
okay?
Alder.
I hope so. But anyway, that's my question is, so when you coordinate an event like that, can you kind of talk about how a citywide public information officer could be helpful to you, making sure that that information is not only getting out there, but that you get community members to respond to it? Because that had to have been not an easy thing to coordinate. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a wonderful question. Yeah. That's kind of one of the reasons I think why I think to traffic engineering, this is a really difficult choice. On one hand, we are facing lot of demands from the public on kind of safe streets improvements. On the other hand, we really see a lot of value of the citywide PLO that it can offer, to our cause. One of the, for example, for this case, one of the, things that, we are struggling again is to, reaching out, to a broader audience, broader base of our citizens and our residents, especially, in, communities, such as we did the, in honorary street name sign last time, the South Madison. That's one area we really want to, even enhance our service. We made a lot of progress in the last few years for neighborhoods like this, but we need to do more outreach and engagement with these traditionally underserved communities. So this PLO position, we really hope that things has a focus on equity. I think it's going to be working closely with an RT team. Just like traffic engineering staff. So we really feel like we can take advantage of that. Reaching the communities that we have hard time reaching. Maybe sort of better understanding of the community, better connections. Using multiple languages, things like that. So I would say that's probably the one single biggest impact I can see for us. But definitely, just having additional resources for PLOs being available for us, that would be very helpful. For example, some of the citywide initiatives that traffic engineering is leading or involved, like Vision Zero. We don't have a dedicated PLO for Vision Zero. So I've been trying really hard to get help here and there, putting all the wonderful kind of resources together and have been sharing information to our community. I think this was citywide PLO, being hosted in the mayor's office, actually will be really helpful for us in that regard as well. So thank you, Alder, for the great question.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. Pausing. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the question of Amendment 11? Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add some kind of context to some of what folks have been saying about what a PIO looks like, what it does. I'm gonna do okay. So I really want to just start at the outcomes of what a PIO may look like. And so I've had alders stop me and say, and I won't call them out or whatever, but to say, thank you for the advice. And the advice was very much related to what a public information officer would do. I've had folks come to something that I might have put on in my role as alder and say, how did you get this? How did you get this outcome? How did it go like that? It is because I am doing what a public information officer would do over and over and over again. A public information officer understands things like algorithms, analytics, resource mapping. They've had the kind of training to know how to create messaging for each platform. Most folks, whether you admit it or not, you know a whole lot about me because I do a really good job of talking about myself and my work over and over and over again on every platform. And I do that strategically and with purpose and with some training I've had over the years. But you have to think about the city as most businesses treat their businesses when it comes to public information like a person, like a brand. That's why we know so much about Nike, or we know so much about the White House, for example, if you're that kind of nerd. But the city right now, I've complained before I was even alder with the former mayor twice, that the city is doing a really poor job of getting information out to people who are not getting news releases. The city does a very great job of getting information to people who identify as white and 50 plus or so. We do a very poor job of people who identify as people of color and under 50, even over 50, but absolutely under 50. And so a public information officer would know how to strategically message things that will look a little different for Gen Z compared to a younger or older millennial, for example. I really just want to encourage folks to think about the outcomes of even what you know about me. That's how you should really be thinking about the outcomes of the position. The outcome is a more informed public, a more informed city. The city will begin to look like a brand, and folks will understand what is the messaging of the city because it will act and behave as a brand. So I just want to reiterate, I hope in your evaluating how you will vote on this, you just think about what is the outcome about the city, sort of like having someone who thinks about it, how it's leveraging itself as a brand and how it talks to different groups of our city. Because you can't, not everybody, we already said, no, not everybody cares about press releases or will get them. The reason I've been successful in some parts of my role as alder is because I understand communication strategies, communication plans. I share sometimes with folks who might reach out to me. But if someone isn't doing that for the city, we're going to continue to be in a situation where you will always have your neighborhood meetings filled with people who are 50 and older and identify as white, and you're going to continue to have very little people who identify as people of color and younger not in those spaces because we do not have a strategy that works. I even had, thankfully, to toot my own horn, a high number of people who use the Spanish translation service because I treated it like its own separate communication plan and how I communicated to them. So I'm just saying, think about the outcomes of what it means to have a public information officer for the city. For me, this has nothing, to be honest, to do with the mayor. It is because I understand how communication works, how it's important to communicate differently for different groups. So please think about the outcomes of the role. So.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Alder Ramos' amendment and particularly Alder Ramos' line of questioning. But it's in listening, I think that perhaps unintentionally, Alder Romo articulated the argument for a citywide PIO. Undermined her own case for her amendment. In that, recognizing that the current system of some part-time PIOs, some who only have 50% PIOs within their department, others who are full-time, and some agencies who have no PIO at all. And the recognition, as Alder Romo said, that there's this appearance that the function of those individual department or agency PIOs are siloed. And there's evidence that they're, perhaps because of just turf and the way that people like autonomy and the familiarity with their own job, they don't necessarily think broadly citywide or across agencies or interagencies. So the criticism of our current system and recognition that we need perhaps a communication strategy that's broader, that's centralized, where you have kind of almost a communications department that could benefit the Department of Civil Rights, who doesn't have a PIO function within their agency. That could help the different PIOs as they exist, perhaps move to a different system where they work with elements or they work with, what's it called when the, certain, what's the word when deputy mayors have a,
Portfolios.
yeah, so that perhaps PIOs would not be within agencies in the future, but they'd have portfolios. Who knows how it could be moving forward, but the idea of having a centralized citywide PIO helping to move us forward into something that seems to be what other cities our size are already doing, and that they have a more centralized citywide function for communications. So to me, the argument so far in the line of questioning sort of supports the mayor's position. Hey, we need to move in this direction to meet the many needs of our growing city, the challenges that we're currently facing, and the challenges that we'll be facing in the future. So that's why I won't be supporting Alder Romo's amendment. As much as I would like to see more help for transportation safety, for traffic safety and pedestrians and all those kinds of things, I was in one of those regrettable positions where I wanted to see that, and I unfortunately voted against something that I also believe in terms of the position with DCR. But it's telling to me that the director of that very department spoke winningly on behalf of a citywide PO. Norm Davis just did minutes ago. So I would encourage this body to reject this amendment, move forward, and accept this notion of having a citywide PIO, and let's be done with our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to follow up why I was asking about the NRTs, and specifically the duties of the NRTs and why that coordinator was placed out of the mayor's office. And then I went back and I looked at some of those duties and responsibilities of the neighborhood resource teams. Neighborhood resource teams play a vital role in the city's effort to improve and coordinate local government. Oh, please. Promote and improve the quality of life. NRTs are comprised of city staff who, in addition to their respective department assignments, is a member of these teams serving specified neighborhoods with a population range of 5 to 2,000. NRTs focus on an agenda created by the community which can range from better lighting and housing to youth recreation and transportation matters. In addition, the NRTs engage other government agencies and community-based organizations in an effort to ensure that services are delivered in a comprehensive manner covering transportation, health, housing, quality, child care, and education and job training. The mission of the NRT resource teams is to promote racial equity and improve the quality of life for Madison residents by understanding and elevating the needs, issues, and priorities of people living with NRTs. It continues talking about to develop the relationships and enhance communication among city staff, neighborhood residents, and other stakeholders. Coordinate, develop, and improve city services to neighborhoods in concert with residents and other stakeholders. Increase the city's knowledge and neighborhood issues and opportunities. Highlight issues that cut across multiple NRT focus areas to address systematic barriers. When I look at the PIO position and I compare it to the NRT coordinator position that was in the mayor's office, yes, there is a need for a single voice for the city. But we have competing priorities. I use the same argument for those voting against staffing for the Civil Rights Department. We currently pay for purchase services that specifically target and enhance communication to underrepresented communities. Moving forward, should we consider a centralized communications department? Obviously, we should. But we were willing to place the civil rights investigator into future mayoral budgets. This can be placed into future budgets as well. So I am not supporting the PIO job description. There is a need for it. There are competing priorities that the city needs to look at. And so I will not be supporting investment in PIOs at this time. Let us move it forward to future consideration. We easily were ready in 3 tries to move the equal opportunities request, and it failed 3 times, moving it forward each time. And finally, we said yes to the priority. I think we should also consider moving the PIO into future consideration because we have competing priorities. Thank you. I will not be supporting PIO.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to say, first of all, that both of these, all of this is needed, right? Like, we need this. But as somebody who's a business owner and as somebody who has worked in communications, I'm going to echo a little bit of what Sabrina said, Alder Madison said, and say that I think it's a shame that a city of this size doesn't have a citywide PIO. I would venture to say that probably 95 to 100% of the cities our size have a citywide PIO. And I feel like we're behind the 8 ball on this. Communications, a PIO is going to, one, make our jobs a lot easier. People are always constantly telling me, we didn't know about this, we didn't know about this, we didn't know about this. And I sometimes am like, I didn't know about this. Having somebody who can can aggregate the information and present it to the community as well as to the alders in a way that's understandable and reaches everyone, I think is a huge priority in bringing constituency to the table. The other thing is that, did I say it's going to make our jobs easier because we're not going to have to? Okay, I did say that. And I lost my train of thought, but as somebody who's a communications professional here, I'm not communicating as well as I wanted to. I think it's important, and I would hate to see something in the near future happen and us say, oh, we could have used a PIO. Yeah, yes, we need an electrician. We do. We need a traffic electrician. We need to do all the things, but we can't right now. And a PIO, I think, would help let people know what their options are when they face something where we don't have it. It would let people, I was really poor and never knew about services. You know, I never accessed services because I didn't know about them. Why would I seek them out when I don't know about them? Let our constituents know in a easy form, get it out there as quickly as possible to let them know that there are things that they can do to reach out to get help. So I think this position is not only important, I think it might be vital to the success of our city in the future. In fact, I think this is one of those things that we have to think is going to benefit every alder, common council, iteration, whatever the words are. I'm really tired. In the future. So this is I can't think of words. I'm so sorry. I'm having a really hard time. It's critical. It's a base. It's like everything that we can build upon from here. So that's what I have to say. Thank you. Very inarticulately.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitever?
I'm going to try not to repeat what my colleagues have already said, but I was shocked when I came into this role and found out we did not have a citywide PIO. Shocked. It's just bad practice. I don't know how else to say it. It's bad practice. And to be clear, it is not the mayor's PIO, it is the city's PIO. And that is the most important thing for us to understand. It will benefit the 15 departments that do not have PIOs right now. Our NRTs requested it specifically to be able to reach our priority populations. And to reiterate something Director Knapp said earlier, it is not a press release world anymore. We cannot rely on press releases to get our word out. And I'm just going to give a few examples of things that have happened, both citywide, but other places have happened, could happen, will happen. So I don't know how many people are familiar that today there was an event on State Street where there was a suspicious package. It was responded to very well. I would have known nothing about it except that I happened to be on the email alert from the UW police. Isn't that something that the city probably should have had a statement about? I would say so. In my own district, we have signs going up for the Clean Lakes, Clean Streets initiative to be able to, get rid of parking at a certain time so they can do the cleaning and the sweeping. I have put out information about this on my blogs, I've sent it out in the listservs, and I still have people calling and emailing me and saying, what's going on? We don't have a citywide PIO. And we do have a streets PIO, but it has not gotten out there sufficiently. An example of someone who could benefit from this is a colleague of mine who's looking for a house. She's not finding one, obviously, in this situation. But even when she does find something that is in her cost range, it's a dump. And she can't necessarily afford to fix it up. So I talked with her a little bit about some of the grants that are available for housing improvement. And she's like, I didn't know those were available. That's another example of something that we could promote with a citywide PIO. I'll talk about something that since we have passed the capital budget, I'm very pleased that we will have our $0 loan program for childcare facilities. How are we going to publicize it? Who's going to be on the forefront of letting our childcare providers know that we have this availability? We need a citywide PIO, plain and simple. So, end of rant. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
This is a tough issue. And I appreciate my colleagues talking about the importance of having a better way to communicate citywide. I was at a neighborhood meeting where this whole issue of language access was real. And then when I thought about going back to our page, it was obvious that they were correct. There are some citizens who don't know what's going on in their neighborhood because unless we have that, unless they can make that neighborhood meeting, they can't go back on the page and figure that out. And so that's a real need. But on the other side, I get, and all of you alders can probably say the same thing, we get more constituent calls on traffic issues than anything. We got more construction going around here with blinking lights and whatever. And when I saw here where they said there are 86 resident alder requests, at the end of the day, it's about providing those essential services to our constituents, to our residents. That's the number one thing I get called about. I get emails all the time, the traffic light isn't working, the parking they don't like. I'm telling you, that's the number one issue. And besides the barking dog, you know. So I'm just telling you that this is what you call essential services to our residents, and they need that. And so I guess I'm going to say, I know I'm talking out two sides of my head here, because I feel that way. You know, I know how important language access is. I'm just going to say that I don't think the public information officer skill sets are unique, though. I don't think they're unique. People have those skill sets in departments. They may be challenged in providing it centrally across the city. So I'm going to just have to defer to my constituents who want those lights working. And so that's where I'm going to fall on this one, but it's a tough one.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so as been referred to many times in this meeting, as a Gen Zer, yeah, this definitely is not a press release world, and it was not when I was born. So we are very late to kind of admitting this. Okay, I'm only 21, so don't, okay? But anyway, the point being is, the median age here in Madison is 31 years old. None of those people know what's happening. Most of those people do not know what's happening in the city. It's at the point where it's not really even keeping up with the news, because you might see an article about this specific meeting, but you probably haven't seen an article since maybe summer about what's happening here at Common Council. And we have done a fair bit since summer. And that's a huge population here in the city that's not receiving this information. Regardless, all that's been said many times. I think what I really want to talk about a little bit is kind of reiterating what Alder Martinez Rutherford said about, like, this is going to help our own position as well. And I'm going to put a different spin on it, kind of being like, remember when we were talking about that Alder intern position and how so many of you were thinking, oh my goodness, I can use this intern position to help me communicate with my constituents, to send out the blog post, or maybe I can create an Insta chat. It's called Instagram, right? Like, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not quoting any of you and I'm not being mean, but it's also late, you know? This position is here to help us. And kind of we were talking earlier about how there was that email sent by UWPD because there was a suspicious campus package on campus. No student really knew about that because of the email. Most students knew about that because we immediately get a text message on our phone, which governments, local governments have the ability to do. But Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't know how to do that, and we certainly don't have the ability to do it.
Some agencies know how to do it, but most agencies don't.
Right. And there are situations where we may need to do that. And the best way to figure that out is through a PIO, where we can very quickly and effectively get information out to constituents who might not even know that there is a city council. And trust me, they do exist. I go to lecture with many of them, and that's partially my fault. So this position will help so many of us. And there's also the way, and I read this position description as well, and one thing I really want to highlight is it brings a cultural awareness of how to communicate. So a while back in my own district, I believe like MPD was placing a sexual offender in my district who went through their prison sentence and now is on probation. And then MPD notified me as for state law, basically saying, hey, we're going to place this person in your district. And just to get the word out so your constituents are aware, we're going to put up papers on polls. And I'm like, okay, you're going to put up posters, and who is going to see that? No one is going to see that. Half the time we're walking with our phones in our hand, looking at and scrolling. So these kind of issues is what this position will solve, getting the information out about what this council does. And if there really is a worry about it being the mayor's PIO or whatever, the Common Council has our own PIO, so we can also use Larissa. She is amazing. I have worked with her so much, and possibly is one of the most perfect examples of a PIO that I have worked with. So I really encourage all of us to look at this. And earlier on in this meeting, we spoke about how we want to encourage equality and civic engagement. I think it was on the website. Again, this does that too. So I really want to encourage all of you to vote in favor vote to keep the PIO. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney for the second time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can just take myself out of the queue for that because, Alder, thank you for reminding me that of the calls that I get from District 20, probably over 80% of them are related to traffic. And so you've already made that very clear, and I had to ditto that because if I did not, I would receive many more communications said, why didn't I speak to that? Because they are predominantly interested in traffic. The PIOs might be important, and I hear what everyone has said that, but in terms of the list of priorities, right now, it is not one of the priorities that it can be shifted. And so I have not been convinced that I will switch my vote to a no to support the PIOs.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
I don't even remember when I put my hand up.
Happy to go on, Alder Bennett.
Yeah.
Thank you. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, so I'm not sure how I'm going to vote, but I think a PIO is very important. I think communication is important. And I guess I'm one of those, especially having a communication background starting my first job. I was a journalist. When I was in college, I was a professional journalist. So I know how much communication is important. And by the way, not everybody is 30 in the city, so there are some people that do watch the news and get their information that way. Now, that said, I know that we are overwhelmed, and we in the council office are so appreciative of Larissa putting together this information weekly for our part-time volunteer jobs. I'm torn, so I got to think about it. But one thing that I am very concerned about is if the PIO becomes a spin master for whatever needs to be massaged instead of telling the public what's going on, what we're doing, where we're at, and how things are supposed to go. That's what I'm concerned about, is it becoming a controlled entity. And that is not communications where it's newsworthy, it's just another form of control. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad we're having this good conversation. And, if you don't vote for my amendment, I understand, but I still am going to vote for it. I might be the only one. And here's why, because, well, let me start not with here's why, but let's think about the landscape that we face, the media landscape that doesn't really exist anymore. Why it's easy to say no one knows what's going on. Because we don't have the media came and went. I don't know what the story was, but she's gone, right? And maybe they're watching. Hi, I hope you're watching. But I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Don't say it louder. But for example, like all of a sudden, didn't your email blow up today about Autumn Ridge? Like, did you know what was that about? I had to write to staff like, why is this, person who's on like one of our city committees emailing me about like this amendment? Well, some people do spread information really quick about what we do, and it's about transportation. Like they all knew more than before we knew. Well, that somebody had an idea that they were going to share with us. But anyway, I still want to get back to the thing I started out with, and that is like, where are we headed toward? Because I don't think if this fails and there's a new PIO, a citywide PIO, and it's in the mayor's office, personally, I don't think that's the location it should ultimately be in. I really think as we move forward with this 311 study and how we would implement that, the communication agency is where it goes. And I know it would upset maybe the existing order, but those PIOs then should be reassigned to that agency and then maybe work, what they did before, it would be their specialty. I don't know what it looks like, but I think that's really the way forward. And it takes it out of like any perception that it's like next year's budget is going to be like their focus and how are we going to get through all the drama of cuts and all those things. And anyway, I guess I'm going on and not everyone's paying attention. So I will stop by saying that I hope that you support this. I think we definitely need, there's a pent-up need for demand for safety. I hear from people all the time that are younger and with children that they don't even feel safe crossing our streets in their bikes. And we want them to take their bikes places. We're trying to build an infrastructure for bikes, but they don't feel safe. So anyway, I hope you'll consider it and that as we move forward, we do solve these other problems. But as somebody else said, the PIO is not for me this year's important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, did you ring in again, or were you turning off your mic?
I did, but am I last in the speak right now?
No. Would you like to be last?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Alder Miadze?
I just wanted to let my alder know that she will not be alone. I will be supporting this amendment. Together with the NRTs, together with us as alders, elevating our constituents' voice. Right now, with the other priorities that we have, I would not be supporting this 160 or more initiative. So just wanted to let Alder know that she's not alone. I won't be supporting PIO. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, you are next and last.
I'm sorry for going around, but it's 10:48, and who doesn't love doing math at 10:48 p.m.? I want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with the alder in the 15th district and some of the comments here today that both of these positions deserve to be funded. And I think none of us here are arguing one way or the other that they shouldn't be funded. I find it, as much as I know we need the PIO position, I also find it very difficult to vote against traffic engineering with hearing my constituents and all of our constituents' needs. I just had a constituent that was ran over by a car, and she was blind and has a CNI dog whose paw was hurt, who ironically was just at a neighborhood meeting complaining about traffic safety. I also hear about how almost every meeting we hear again and again and again that why wasn't this communicated to me? Why am I not hearing about these city services or the people that aren't able to show up? I personally think that there's a path forward that could fund both. But either way, I'm happy to talk about that after this vote. So, yeah, I'm going to vote this way, knowing that both needs to be funded.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for discussion. Okay, I have no other alders in the queue for discussion. It's been moved and seconded, anticipating disagreement. We'll have a roll call. So all of those in favor of Amendment 11, removing a citywide PIO and funding a field electrician, will say aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Aye. Rummel, aye. Slack. Aye. Slack, aye. Tischler. Tischler, no. Verveer. No. Verveer, no. Vitiver. No. Vitiver, no. Wahelia. Aye. Wahelia, aye. Bennett. Aye. Bennett, aye. Conklin. No. Conklin, no. Curry. Curry, aye. Duncan. Aye. Duncan, aye. Evers. No. Evers, no. Field. Aye. Field, aye. Figueroa Cole. No. Figueroa Cole, no. Govindarajan. No. Govindarajan, no. Harrington McKinney. Aye. Harrington McKinney, aye. Knox. Aye. Knox, aye. Latimer Burris. Aye. Latimer Burris, aye. Madison. No. Madison, no. Martinez Rutherford. No. Martinez Rutherford, no. And Miadzi.
Aye.
Miadzi, aye. 11 aye. 9 no.
With 11 ayes, the amendment passes. I'll turn to the Finance Director for an update.
Thank you, Mayor. So with the passage of that amendment, there is $36,648 left on the levy.
All right. That is the last. Alder Bennett?
I'd like to move and, oh God, what the hell is it called? And I have a TE, but I have a budget amendment from the floor that I'd like to move, which, can I just send it to all alders?
Yes, and to the clerk and to myself, please.
And to the clerk and to yourself.
I assume finance staff have it?
Yes. Give me 1 second. I hope I'm sending it to the right people. Oh, well, yeah, it'd be great. I just sent it as well.
So, Alder, perhaps you could read it?
Certainly. So, I'm sorry, give me 1 moment, please.
Director Schmidtke, did you wish to weigh in, or was that you turning your mic off?
You can turn me off.
Okay. Just making sure.
Director Schmidtke, actually, do you mind if I defer to Director
That's fine. Christine? Or Director Schmidtke?
The amendment. So, I believe the amendment that Alder Bennett has circulated would be to, first of all, change the funding level of the public information officer from a step 3 to a step 1. That's a savings of $9,900. It would also remove the funding for the PIO non-personnel expenses. So that's been talked about as the consulting or purchase services expenses. That's a reduction of $75,000. So this would restore the PIO and reduce the non-personnel expenses that would cost $34,800 on the levy. And as I just said, the amount left on the levy is about $36,600.
It's the wrong one.
All right, so that's the motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. Alder Bennett, do you wish to speak to it?
Yep. I believe that Christine is going to be circulating the amendment to you all. Seeing that in the last vote, the PIO position was not funded, and we need funding for, or seeing the exorbitant need for the PIO position. This amendment essentially takes from the consulting, the $75,000 that was set for consulting services, which would otherwise not be used should we not have a PIO, and adds it alongside our levy limit and takes some additional funds with stepping down the PIO position by small amounts given in totality. Essentially, the amendment finds the monies to fund a PIO position. Granted, this is no longer funded. So I would just take everything that everyone said about why we need a PIO and add it to this argument. And knowing we need this position, I would hope that my colleagues would support this amendment, which makes best use of our funds. If there's confusion, I'm happy to ask some questions.
Thank you, Alder. Questions on the first floor amendment? Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. I guess just a quick clarifying question. So this recreates the PIO position, but removes the $75,000 consulting services, correct? Is there any other effect of this?
It takes the position that was in step 3 and makes it step 1. So it makes it a more junior position.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask more questions?
You can.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, without the way I understood the $75,000 to be used was kind of like to put that into advertising and kind of like the tools for the PIO to be used. Without the $75,000, can the PIO still do their job effectively?
They will be able to do, a large part of their job. They won't be able to do the things that I mentioned about creating materials. There won't be a budget for that.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Slack, questions?
I just want to clarify what this does. It'll just exhaust the levy limit, but that's it. I mean, we're not talking about more money being added or anything. This will keep us under the levy limit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions?
Yeah, I guess I'm still a little confused. I think I get it. But so take away the consulting money, $75,000. Are you including, and I get the step change, 99K. But what about the leftover levy? Was that part of this? Because I see nods, yes. So that's approximately 36 for a total of approximately 100,000. Is that kind of what you're thinking of? Just to state so we
Sure.
all are on the same page. Thank you.
Okay. So, sorry, I need to clarify this. So this money takes $75,000 from consulting. It takes the remaining levy of about $8,000, which gets us to about 83 It's more than 8. Oh, sorry, I'm not, brains, sorry. This takes monies from the consulting services, takes the levy, it steps the PIO from a step 3 to step 1, which adds $10,000. Right.
Saves you
Or
about,
saves us 10,000, which we put into the PIO. So it's 75 plus 34, which gets us to 109. It's the leftover levy after we pass the last thing. So it's 75, 34, 36 remaining levy
Plus the 10,000.
plus the 10,000.
no. When you move the position from a 3 to a 1, you're reducing the total cost.
Right.
And so that's a separate action, just, that's separate, right? And then you're paying for the cost of the position, which is, Christine, what's the cost of the position at step 1? Or Dave?
It's $109,800.
Okay. So
That's the cost.
You're reducing the cost of the position, and you're paying for the position with the contracted services and supplies line, plus
The remaining levy.
most of the remaining levy.
Right.
And this is now in your inboxes.
Sorry,
Additional
that's like confusing.
questions, Alder Govindarajan.
Not yet, but eventually. Thank you.
All right. Additional questions, Alder Wahili.
Yeah, so Dave, can you walk me through how the living money for 36,000, based on the number I had was 8,000, and then the difference between the engineering position
Right.
and then
So the remaining levy prior to the passage of the amendment that cut the PIO and funded the TE position was $8,000.
Okay.
Then that amendment passed. It saved about $28,600 because the reduction of the PIO was saved more than the cost of the TE position.
Okay.
That then increased the remaining levy from $8,000 to $36,600.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right. It's been moved and seconded. Yes, we got a second? Okay. Sorry. If I don't take notes, it didn't happen. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Bennett?
No.
No? Alder Govindarajan?
So if this passes finance staff, there will be a remaining $2,000 in the levy, correct? Roughly?
There will be $1,848, so pretty close to $2,000, yes.
Are friendly amendments allowed to budget amendments, Mayor?
There's no
Sorry,
such
if
thing
there-
as a friendly amendment. But yes, amendments are allowed. We can go one level down.
Can I motion to add whatever remaining levy limit is into the consulting services for the PIO so they have some tools?
Nothing.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. So we're on that question now. Alder Govindarajan, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I am really happy to have the PIO position for every reason everyone spoke about earlier, but they need some tools to do their job. And without tools, there is no reason to have this job. And I can't think of any
You'll have the 10,000.
reason to not approve this, so approve the extra tools anyway. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, we're going to start again with questions on Alder Govindarajan's amendment to the amendment. Alder Wahili, question?
Thank you, Mayor. What if there's another amendment? Is there just taking one at a time?
We can only, we're as far down as we can get, because the main motion is the budget, and so we're 2 amendments down. So we have to wait, we have to dispense with this amendment before we can take up other amendments.
Okay.
Alder Knox, questions?
I was just wondering, does this have impact on the tabled amendment?
Well, it uses the remaining levy.
Right.
So,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Yeah, so I was just going to clarify clearly if finance could just say what that would do to the table, so it's very, very, very clear. I know he just did it, but it makes it clear. That's what we're here for. Could finance just tell us what we have left and what we could do with the tabled amendment, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Latimer Burris, so if this amendment as amended passes, it would use all of the levy limit authority. So there would be no levy limit left for any of the tabled amendments or any other floor amendments that might be out there.
Thank you. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So on Alder Govindarajan's amendment to the amendment, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Alder Miadze.
So what are we voting on? Are we voting for the amendment to pass the PIO's position?
No.
Or just,
Hold on, Alder. Let's get through the queue, which is very short, and then I will clarify exactly what we're voting on. Alder Govindarajan.
Sorry, I was here for the discussion.
Yes?
Okay.
That's where we are.
I just want to say, I guess, and briefly, that I understand that this amendment from Alder Bennett funds the TE position, funds the PIO position, and all the positions brought up today, which is great. I love that. But I am a little bit I think, frustrated with this process in a way, because the PIO position now has very $1,800 worth of tools. And it's very difficult where if you are putting in a brand new position, they are under a tier of scrutiny, and they're in a way like cutting their legs off to do their job. So when you are scrutinizing them, they might not be able to do their jobs as expected because they might not have the tools needed to print more than maybe 100 flyers. So I just want to kind of air my frustrations out about that, but that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rommel.
I have sort of a general question, maybe finance staff could have. Do the other agencies with PIOs have tool budget for their PIOs that could then I just wondered if that exists.
Looking at the finance director.
Yeah. We're not aware of a specific dedicated amount for each PIO, but there are purchase service budgets in those agencies which they work in. So there might be some funding allocated for those activities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, is it a question or discussion?
Question.
Go ahead.
You do have a sort of operating budget within your office beyond salaries, right, to do stuff. Do you not? In your budget?
We do have non-salary lines, yes.
Okay, so that's it.
Finance director?
Well, I was just going to expand on my previous answer. You know, the PIOs are pretty much all in very large agencies. So they would have large purchase service budgets in contrast to the mayor's office budget, which is quite a bit smaller in terms of how much purchase service funding is available. So,
Thank you, Director Schmidtke. No other alders in the queue for either questions or discussion? Okay, so let me clarify what we're voting on. The only question before you at the moment is whether to add just shy of $2,000 into a budget, a purchase service budget for a PIO, should that PIO position be created. Everybody good? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Alder Miadze.
I won't be voting for this. There's other things I've tabled, and also too, the fact of not having the proper tools in order to sufficiently do the job for all the agencies is just not conducive to have this position. So I wouldn't be voting for this.
Thank you, Alder. On the question of the purchase service budget being added to the underlying amendment, it's been moved and seconded. Is, I guess, anticipating disagreement. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Okay. Slack? Sorry? Aye. Slack is aye. Tischler. Tischler is aye. Verveer. Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Vitiver, aye. Wahelia. All right. Bennett? Bennett, aye. Conklin. Conklin, no. Curry. Curry, aye. Duncan. Duncan, aye. Evers. Evers, aye. Field. Field, aye. Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole, aye. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, aye. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, no. Knox. Knox, no. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris, no. Madison. Madison, aye. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford, aye. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. Rummel. No. Rummel, no. 13.
Wahelia.
Oh, sorry. Wahelia. No. Wahelia, no. My apologies. 13 ayes, 7 no.
All right, with 13 ayes, the amendment passes. We're back to the main question. So the main question now is to create a PIO position at step 1, to fund it with the remaining levy plus the $75K that was in the purchase service line for the use of the PIO. Everybody good on where we're at? Questions? Alder Evers?
Call the question.
Question is called. There's nobody else in the queue. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Harrington McKinney? Roll call has been requested. So again, the question is to create a PIO at step 1, fund that from purchase services and levy with a small purchase service budget. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Aye. Rummel, aye. Slack. Slack, aye. Tischler. Tischler, aye. Verveer. Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Vitiver, aye. Wahelia.
No.
Wahelia, no. Bennett. Bennett, aye. Conklin. Conklin, aye. Curry. Curry, aye. Duncan. Duncan, aye. Evers. Evers, aye. Field. Field, aye. Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole, aye. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, aye. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, no. Knox. Knox, no. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris, aye. Madison. Madison, aye. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford, yes. Miadzi.
No.
Miadzi, no. 4 no. 16 ayes.
With 16 ayes, that floor amendment 1 passes, and the finance director can confirm.
There is nothing left. So.
Yes. So just,
Some votes left.
we're not quite done yet. If I can retain your attention for a minute. We do have something on the table, so President Curry, can I get a motion to take Amendment 8 off the table and place it on file, please?
Move to place on file. Remove.
To take off the table and place
Take
on
off the
file.
table and place on file.
That's moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is off the table and placed on file. Now, we are back to the main motion of the executive operating budget as amended by the Finance Committee and this body. It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. So the motion is the executive operating budget as amended by the Finance Committee and by this body tonight. So the budget. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Rummel, aye. Slack. Slack, aye. Tischler. Tischler, aye. Verveer. Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Vitiver, aye. Wahelia. Wahelia, aye. Bennett. Bennett, aye. Conklin. Conklin, aye. President Curry. President Curry, aye. Duncan. Duncan, aye. Evers. Evers, aye. Field. Field, aye. Vice President Figueroa Cole. Vice President Figueroa Cole, aye. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, aye. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, no. Knox. Knox, no. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris, aye. Madison. Madison, aye. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford, aye. And Miadzi.
Aye.
Miadzi, aye. 18 aye, 2 no.
With 2 noes and 18 ayes, the executive or the operating budget passes. And that will take us to item 3 on our agenda. And I'm going to stall to see if Finance has the number. Yes, so we'll turn to Finance to fill in the numbers on item 3.
So what you have before you is the budget resolution. This adopts the levy. I'll just summarize very quickly. The levy that would be approved is $286,497,699. So have a tax rate of approximately 7.11 mils.
So on that, President Curry, a motion?
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there objection to separating the 8th paragraph of the body? Seeing no objection, I'll turn to the Finance Director to just remind us of what the 8th paragraph is.
The 8th paragraph reads, general debt reserves will be applied to reduce general fund debt service, but the city will not appropriate funds of an equal amount for capital projects. In order to do this, section 4.17 of the Madison General Ordinances requires that this paragraph be approved by a 2/3 vote. So this paragraph has been separated. It does require a separate vote.
Thank you. So can I have a motion to approve the 8th paragraph, please? Alder Curry will move and Alder Figueroa Cole will second. Are there questions? Alder Latimer Burris.
So I just want to clarify, so this is allowing us, the city, to go, what, in simplest terms, I'm saying against the MGO 4.7, in other words, the money that was for capital reserves, or whatever the correct term is, will be moved for the operating budget. Is that what this is about?
Yes, so under the ordinance, it's required that if an amount is applied from general debt reserves to pay debt service, an equal amount has to be appropriated for the capital budget from the general fund. If it's not, if there's a difference between those two numbers, then it has to be voted on right now, which is what before you, with a 2/3 vote. And that difference in the operating budget before you is about $6.6 million.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, any other questions? Alder Slack?
Is this something we're voting on just for this budget, or does it stay this way forever until we change it again?
It's just for this budget. Alder Latimer Burris, additional questions?
I did forget to ask, because I wanted to have I'm going to say something in discussion, but how many times have we done this? When did we first start doing this? And then my other question is, I guess my main two questions. It's getting late, so.
The
When
ordinance.
did we first start doing this? Sorry.
No, you're fine. The ordinance was adopted at the end of 2012. Prior to that, it was not a factor in budgets. When it was put in place, this provision was not used for several budgets, and then it was first implemented in the 2020 budget and has been used. This 2/3 vote provision has been used in each budget since 2020, starting with 2020.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask, if we did not support this, using the capital reserves for the operating expense, what would happen? What would happen? And what would happen?
So I just want to be clear that this is a choice of how to use levy limit capacity. So it's not the use of any sort of premium or anything like that. It's the way that the levy limit calculation works. If this provision is not approved, the budget is immediately in deficit by $6.6 million.
And what would we do if it was in deficit $6.6 million? How would we make up those funds, or how would you suggest the mayor to make up those funds?
I do not have an answer for you on that. You would have to revisit just about every decision that was made in the budget.
And what happens if so you're saying since 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, for the past 3 years, we've done this as a council. I wasn't here, but we've done this. And then what happens if we do this, we continue to do this each year as we begin to build the city? Will it affect our debt? What is the word called? Debt? I'm not thinking of the right word. Help me out with the word, please. Debt.
Credit rating.
General debt reserves, the application of that. So the choice is to put all of this money into, the levy limit capacity into the capital budget. In this budget, roughly 1.2 million of that capacity is allocated to the capital budget, appropriated to the capital budget. The remaining 6.6 is used for operating purposes. So the choice is to spend this money on capital. All of the things being equal, it could be used for things that are currently debt funded in the capital budget, and instead use this levy limit to what's called pay-as-you-go for this cost. Or it could be used for new spending in the capital budget, but this money would not be available for the operating budget. And as I said, that would, based on everything that's been approved in the budget so far, the budget would have a $6.6 million, the operating budget would have a $6.6 million deficit.
Okay, and then I want to know, if we approve it and we continue to borrow to fund whatever it is that we need to fund, is this a good practice? What will happen long-term to our city? just from a strictly financial standpoint, not putting any emotion in it whatsoever?
I think that's hard to predict. I will say that debt markets right now, and this has been the condition within debt markets, financial markets for over a decade, over 15 years since the Great Recession. And what we typically see in the city's debt issuances is this combination of the actual amount that we'll have to repay over time, plus this premium, this upfront payment. It's not expected that practice within financial markets is going to change anytime soon, but it's definitely something that needs to continue to be, reviewed and looked at in the future.
Okay, and I wanted to ask another question just about, let's say we took out the $6.6 million. Why are we short, in your professional opinion, why are we short on money?
That's a big question. I'm not sure where you would like me to begin. The city has faced what we have been calling a structural deficit, meaning the city's expenditures for current services grow faster than our ability to raise revenue. And there's two primary reasons for that. One is the state mandated levy limits, which are very constricting in terms of how much the levy can increase for operating purposes. I think combined with that is the level of state aid that is provided to municipalities across the state, but Madison in particular, as well as the lack of diversity of general revenue sources that many cities across the country have. They might have, for example, local option sales taxes or local option income taxes that can both augment and offset the need for property taxes. In Wisconsin, the practice has been that the state has collected those income and sales taxes and shared it with local government. So that sharing has been, I think, broken for decades. This most recent budget, the legislature did make a historic increase in it, but I think as we've talked about in other briefings on that, Madison received the lowest amount per capita, and the amount of money that the city receives back through shared revenue is much less than what would be raised by, for example, a local sales tax or a local option income tax. So we've talked about this structural deficit for over 10 years. There have been a number of practices put into place to try to close that gap, and it's a challenge with each budget. This particular provision is one strategy, but there have been a number of other strategies employed to achieve balanced budgets each year.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask, so I want to comment, kind of asking a question. So there would maybe be other strategies we could use. Does our budget being off balance have anything to do with our spending?
I think ultimately that's a policy choice for the mayor and the council and those who elect them in terms of the level of services that the city provides. I think we had a pretty robust debate this evening on the certain services that are being provided. And that's ultimately the policy choice. I think if you look at what, for example, the number of positions in the city, perhaps looking at comparable cities around the country, we're not sort of out of line with that if we're making very sort of general comparisons. So ultimately, I think it comes down to what's the service level, and then what are the revenue streams to finance that service level.
So I want to ask about the policy levels and the structural, situation, I will just call it. when I look at the budget, and I did go through the budget, I only read half of it, or maybe 3/4 of it, but I did the type of reading that it's like, I look, I circle, I look up words and whatnot. And I guess I was a little astonished that the transportation budget, I think, it's a transportation, it's 682%. It's had a 682% increase. Would that have anything to do with the structural deficit or our spending?
I'm not sure exactly what budget you're looking at. If it's Metro Transit, for example, in the 2023 budget, there was a $7.7 million reduction in the amount of subsidy that the city provides to Metro. That was a one-time reduction, and it was done specifically so that Metro could maximize the amount of federal funding it could receive to support its operations. That was done, sort of completely understood in that budget that that was the effect of that, and the understanding was that would be restored. And so taking that money out in order to capture the federal dollars, then that money needs to be restored, and the money, that reduction, that one-year reduction also needs to be paid back. So that's what you're seeing in the difference between the 2023 budget and the 2024 budget for Metro in terms of operations. If you were to look at the 2022 budget, you would see that the subsidy for Metro from the general fund was at a higher level. So it was really a one-time reduction that did benefit the general fund in that year. The general fund then had to restore that and pay it back. So the city, benefited from that in the sense that Metro could really maximize those available federal dollars, really that were available because of the pandemic relief legislation at the federal level.
Okay, and I didn't get to 2020 and 2021 because I didn't get to go back, but I want to say, could you?
Point of order.
I would like to ask about.
Point of order.
Alder, simmer down.
Sorry. May I?
The Alders
Point of order.
is, we'll take it in order. Alder Conklin, a point of order?
Yes, please. We're supposed to be talking about voting on the 8th paragraph, and we're still talking about the budget. That's over with.
I think Alder Latimer Burris is barely relevant to the question of the 8th paragraph, but still relevant. Alder Evers, you had a point of order?
Well, I believe that all of us on council had every opportunity to ask questions of our finance director at finance meetings about our structural deficit. At 11:30 at night, when we have basically passed our budget, I think it's time for us to move on. These questions had every opportunity to be asked at many meetings so far throughout this budget season. To me, this feels highly unnecessary.
Can I respond?
Thank you, Alder. Your opinion is noted, but I think is not the basis for a point of order. Alder Latimer Burris, I will note that there are additional alders in the queue waiting to ask questions, so.
Can I just respond to that? I actually did reach out to finance.
Alder,
I
this
probably
is
did,
not
like,
a time to
35
respond.
questions to them.
Alder, this is not a time to respond to points of order. This is a time to ask questions. So if you have additional questions, please ask them.
So could you just explain, or I don't have 2021 numbers, but when I look at the Metro budget, it's 57 million, roughly, not exact numbers, and then it jumps to 72 million. Part of the 682% increase, not year to year, but I mean, I don't know what my question is there. Okay, I will withdraw my question. I will withdraw my question and hear what other people have to say.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted a little clarification. So we have a reserve fund, correct?
We have general fund balance, yes.
All All right, and you talked about the capital reserves. Do we have operation reserves as well?
So those are general debt reserves, and basically that is the amount that we receive when we sell debt. It's called a reoffering premium. It has to be deposited in the city's debt service fund, and that's where it becomes the general debt reserve. Those, under state law, monies that the city receives from a reoffering premium has to be used to pay debt service. So that's why we call it that term. We have a general fund reserve or general fund balance. We have a policy in the city that balance be at least 15% of budgeted expenditures in a subsequent year. We finished 2022, the reserves were above 18%, so we were meeting that policy target. I think the total amount in the reserves right now are about $66 million. And that funding is good financial practice to have. It's one of the key elements of the city's AAA bond rating, which allows us to get the lowest possible interest rate on our debt.
Okay, so for the 2023 budget, what was the percentage?
We expect that percentage to remain above 15% through 2023 and into 2024.
Okay. And then can you, for the benefit of everyone, repeat that paragraph again?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
I'm trying to find it, the paragraph that you read.
Paragraph 8.
Oh,
Yes.
you want me to just read it again? Or?
Yes, I would.
Sure. So general debt reserves will be applied to reduce general fund debt service, but the city will not appropriate funds of an equal amount for capital projects. In order to do this, Madison General Ordinance Section 4.17 requires that this paragraph be approved by a 2/3 vote of the council.
And that's where we are now.
That's where we are now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You went through certain causes. I mean, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 causes for our structural deficit, starting with levy limits, state aid, diversity of local options, shared revenue, the service level. And then you said that from 2012 to 2020, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we did not use this as a strategy. And so help me if I'm stumbling through this. I guess my questions are succinct, is that, one, you gave the general fund balance, helps us with our AA rating, and there were estimated $66 million in that fund, and the goal is to have it 15% budget level. And so your estimated 2023 budget is above 15%. How much above 15% do you estimate that to be for 2023?
I don't have those figures in front of me. We're currently at 18% at the end of 2022. We will be applying $9.2 million from that fund balance as a part of balancing the 2024 budget. We do expect that $9.2 million will probably be pretty much offset by underspending in the 2023 budget based on current projections, meaning agencies are spending less than what was budgeted this year, primarily because of turnover in positions, so vacant positions and things like that throughout the year. So we do expect that percentage to remain above 15%. It'll fall below, it'll come down from that 18% and probably be in the 16 to 17% range.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my final question, it is my final question, is that in the salary savings that departments have realized, that has not been an intentional delay in staffing those positions so that there is more in the capital reserves?
No, that has not been an intentional. That is basically the positions become vacant for a variety of different reasons, and then the time it takes to fill those positions. But there's no sort of policy to hold positions open or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. That is my end question.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, additional questions?
Yeah, I just have two quick questions. We have approved the budget. Is that correct? We've approved the budget. We've approved the budget, so this doesn't have to do with us approving the budget. Right now, it's approved. The capital budget's approved and the operating budget's approved. Is that correct?
And you've approved the budget, you now have to approve the levy.
The fund, which could be considered the funding of the budget, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to ask is with these, I want to make sure that we don't conflate all these different pots of money. And I guess for my 30 hours of studying the budget, I studied 4.17 and sent you a lot of questions. I know, I thank you for answering. There's a bunch of different pots. There's the reserve pot, the premium pot, what I call the rainy day, and I think there's another one. Is that correct? I mean, generally, there's not just like one pot of money. It's a bunch of different things that are being moved around and dealt with, right?
So we kind of use some of these terms interchangeably. The sort of technical term for it is the general fund unassigned balance. We also call it general fund balance. We call it general fund reserves. We've also called it colloquially the rainy day fund. That is all the same source of fund or same amount of money that we've been talking about. And then I just explained earlier in answering Alder Knox's question about the explanation of the general debt reserves and how that is a part of the debt service fund and how those reserves come from the premium on selling of the city's debt, and that has to be used under state law to pay debt service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Seeing no other alders in the queue with questions on paragraph 8, the motion before us is to approve. It requires 14 votes. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called. And the clerk will please call the roll. I'm sorry, Alder, did you wish to discuss?
Yes, I do. I wish to make a statement.
Go ahead.
Okay, right quick. I am definitely in support of these budgets tonight. We passed the capital and we passed executive. What I have issue with is the funding, and because I spent my time here, I heard it when Alder Vitiver was in the finance meeting. She was asking about 4.17. I started to look at why was that written? Where are we at? So I want to say that I'm not against the BRT. I'm not against the environment, housing, CARES program, neighborhood programs. I like bikes. I have a bike myself. I absolutely believe that we are 15% short on staff. I think we are understaffed. In other words, our staff is working very, very hard with limited resources, as we found tonight. I am all about using grants and whatnot. But what I am concerned about is that we are, as the says in the, what is this here? The Cap Times, we are, let me find it, we are, let me go to it just a second. We are, sorry, I'm saying it so many times. Just a minute, bear with me. our revenues and our spending are not in balance. Our revenue and our spending are not in balance. Our revenue and spending are not in balance. And just as the article said with the Wisconsin Policy Forum, the main issue is the growth within the city revenues and spending are not in balance. And so what we're doing, in my opinion, is we are not looking closely, and we are not asking ourselves, do we have the city household budget to borrow funds? I know the premium, it gets very complicated, but the only way I can liken it to is living off our credit cards. And I know that this decision, voting no, would force the executive office to go back and look at the budget. It may include, and I love Director Lynch. I went to sit with him on the BRT. I think we're going to make it happen. But the question is, do we need to run things down in this city and put our balancing of the budget on our constituents? Because one way or another, they're going to have to pay for it. And then if we go to referendum, which will be sold on the idea that the Wisconsin State Senate legislature did not give us money. They haven't given us money for, the right amount of money for 11 years, since Act 10. So it's being spun, and the elephant in the room is we are doing the BRT, and yes, we're getting money from the federal government, 90%, and then the 10% is about 56 million that we got to come up with. And then next year, we got to come up with more. Not more money, but it's 80-20. We got to just keep doing that. And so what I'm concerned about, why I keep saying that, why I did my homework and studied, is because I can't in good conscience say to my constituents, oh, I care about you and I care about your personal budget at home, and vote to continue this path. I don't know what the answer is. I have no idea what the answer is. This would be quite a revolution, but if our revenues and spending are not in balance and we keep borrowing from Peter to pay Paul and doing all this stuff and moving it around, and the elephant in the room is that we've shifted and we spent and we tweaked and we moved around, or what I call a squeeb squab, our budget and revenues, and we've switched around and tweaked our staff and our hiring to lay the foundation for BRT. When are we going to make things balance without living off the credit card? So I will not be supporting taking money from capital and moving it to operations, because I went through that in life, where my husband said, Amani, we can't do this, and I kept not listening and then ended up being homeless. So I get this. I'm not sure if everybody else went to the level that I did. I don't know what the answer is. And it's not going to stop. The city's not going to stop running tomorrow, and staff isn't going to get cut tomorrow. But if we don't do anything, in 2-3 years, staff is going to get cut. And I don't disagree with the 6% raises that the unions want to have. They deserve it. They didn't get it under policing when the police got it, so they got to do it. So I don't know. We just got to pace ourselves. We all want Lincoln, and maybe we got to drive Fords for a while.
Thank you, Alder. I just want to correct one thing. If this paragraph does not pass, the budget doesn't go back to me. You all have to stay here until you figure it out. So that's, just to be clear, the budget is yours now, and you have to figure it out.
Would we be able to motion at 12 o'clock to go home and then take it up tomorrow?
Yes, you would, but it's just to be clear on who's solving the problems here.
So we would have to make the proposals like say, oh, I don't know, out of transportation or metro budget, instead of it being 15 million, we take that 6.6 million out of that, and then Metro has to deal, I mean, I'm sure that Mr. Lynch is going to hate me in the morning, but they would have to kind of, figure out how they're going to still do BRT, but not, we're not going to slam it in just because we can get the money. I'm just asking, we could come up with some ideas?
You could come up with whatever you want, Alder, but you have to get the votes to pass it.
Okay.
And we don't end this meeting until we have a balanced budget.
So we can end the meeting at 12 o'clock, go home, think about it, and then come back with solutions. Is that correct?
It's all one meeting. You could recess if you wanted to.
Okay, we could recess, so we don't have to stay here all night.
No, that's up to the body. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that and come up with an amendment or put an amendment forward today and say, let's reduce $6 million from MPD's budget and then we'll be square. I think I may have a few votes in here to get that done and we can move on. I mean, I appreciate all the questions being asked and all the homework. I think plenty of us put a lot of work into this budget. But if we are going to, if the plan was to hijack the final vote on this process, why did we waste the last many hours in here tonight? We should have had those discussions before we started the process. So I would like to call the question and take us to a vote and see what happens.
Two alders in the queue if they're willing to defer. Otherwise, we have to go to a vote to call the question. There's three alders in the queue now to defer. So, Alder, do you wish
That's
to call
fine.
the question?
Go
Thank you, Alder. Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
So I want to speak to the term of hijacking the budget. This whole process, and when we're talking about hijacking the budget, how the PIOs was put in, whether was taking it out. So no one's hijacking the budget, but we were all elected to speak on behalf of our constituents. And so I just like to remind those persons who have short patience that we are here to do the city's business. And whether you appreciate it or not, we will do the city's business. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Dudes, I don't want to come back here tomorrow. I don't think a lot of people want to come back here tomorrow. Please just I feel like we sound like the US House of Representatives right now with ongoing continuing resolutions. We're not going to come to some sort of agreement at today or tomorrow or anytime. Please.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
I just want to say, if we wanted to come up with a way to cut $6.6 something million out of this budget, the time would have been to do it a long time ago and to not spend several hours debating over $130,000. That is all, and I call the previous question, please.
Thank you, Alder. There's no other alders in the queue, so the vote before us is to approve the 8th paragraph of the body of the resolution. It does require 14 votes. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Rummel, I. Slack. Slack, I. Tischler. Tischler, I. Verveer. Verveer, I. Vitiver. Vitiver, I. Wahelia. Wahelia, I. Bennett. Bennett, I. Conklin. Conklin, I. Curry. Curry, I. Duncan. Duncan, I. Evers. Evers, I. Field. Field, I. Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole, I. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, I. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, no. Knox. Knox, no. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris, no. Madison. Madison, I. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford, I. Miadzi.
Aye.
Miadzi, aye. It's 3 no. 17 aye.
17 ayes, that paragraph passes. We're back to the main motion then, which is to approve the levy. Are there, Alder Rivera?
On a lighter note, I know I speak on behalf of the entire council when I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation to our excellent budget team. So, led ably by Finance Director Dave Schmidtke, Budget Manager Christine Coe, Budget Policy Analysts Maggie McLean and Robert Mulcahy, who are now accomplished, for the most part, their first budgets as our rookie members of the team, and then Ryan Pennington, and then the senior member of the team in so many ways, Betsy York. Our appreciation to each and every one of you, especially your assistance with the many budget amendments you've prepared for us over the last couple of months. Thank you very much.
May I suggest a standing ovation? Thank you, Alder. I know that I can always count on you to preempt my thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
But I appreciate it. We can't say thank you enough. On the levy, Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, so I do appreciate the time that finance, has gone. And as I was doing my job and studying, I had to wait until this moment. I'm gonna not support it. I do support the budget. I mean, the budget's being passed. This is a warning for the future. We can't just go freelance and spend everybody's money without consequence. So it's not about the staff. It's not about me not appreciating the hours that the budget director and everybody else puts in it. Because I know with the hours I work, I can only imagine what they do. It's not against staff, it's not a pitting, it's a recognition. I may be wrong, but I think that I'm right.
Thank you, Alder. We have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a 19-1 vote with Alder Latimer Burris voting no? Alder Harrington McKinney? Alder Harrington McKinney will be voting no as well. We'll have a roll call because it's been requested. All those in favor of item 3I, those opposed no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Rummel. Aye. Rummel, aye. Slack. Slack, aye. Tischler. Tischler, aye. Verveer. Aye. Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Aye. Vitiver, aye. Wahelia. Wahelia, aye. Bennett. Aye. Bennett, aye. Conklin. Aye. Conklin, aye. Curry. Yes. Curry, aye. Duncan. Aye. Duncan, aye. Evers. Aye, aye. Evers, aye, aye. Field. Aye. Field, aye. Figueroa Cole. Aye. Figueroa Cole, aye. Govindarajan. Aye. Govindarajan, aye. Harrington McKinney. No. Harrington McKinney, no. Knox. No. Knox, no. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris, aye. Madison. Yes. Madison, aye. Martinez Rutherford. Aye. Martinez Rutherford, aye. And Miadzi. I see aye.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Miadzi, aye. 18-2. 18 aye, 2 no.
With 18 ayes, item 3 passes. What brings us to item 4, which is confirming the council meeting formats through March 19th of 2024. President Curry, a motion, please.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What's before us is item 4, confirming the Madison Common Council meeting formats through March 19th, 2024.
Move to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. And it's seconded. Are there questions? Is there discussion on item 4? Alder Vitiver would like to confirm that the December 5th meeting, should this vote pass, will be virtual only. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no. Alders, have you all collectively lost your ability to be in a meeting? If you have a question, ring in. Alder Wahili.
What is the reason
For what? I'm sorry, Alder.
for the online virtual on the 5th?
The proposal is to have the December meeting virtual only.
Okay.
It's entirely up to you, but that's the proposal that council leadership and I are putting forward. I will be out of the country.
Okay.
I will be chairing the meeting virtually.
Okay, that's fine.
Alder Knox?
We just didn't hear the motion. That's the point.
Well, I did repeat it twice, Alder, and I will repeat it a third time. Confirming council meeting formats through March 19th, 2024, as is written on your agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And I will say again, thank you not only to finance staff, but to all of our agencies who work starting in March to put their budgets together and spend not only hours and hours to do that work, but then do multiple presentations to my budget team and to finance committee, and then sit through these meetings to answer your questions. And I very much appreciate everybody involved, and in particular, the finance department. Are there any, Alder Harrington McKinney?
So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to also commend you for the way that you navigated this process. It was a difficult process, but you navigated it. And I want to make sure that as we acknowledge staff, we also acknowledge you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We're in announcements and introductions of items from the floor. Don't get up, we're not adjourned yet.
Yes. I'm not a veteran Alder, but I know in my 2.5, almost 3 years, we have never passed the budget in one night. So also kudos. I think I heard 18 years. So thank you to everyone involved.
It's perhaps a new trend. All right, seeing no other announcements or introductions of items from the floor, Alder Rummel, it's your turn. Yes. Alder Rummel would move adjournment. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned.